Right. Good to go. And I'm not going to be doing a Rumble side stream today. Um, because this is just like tutorial style content. It's not really needed. In two places. Once the knowledge is out there, it's out there. It is what it is. So one of the hardest things to find in this game is, you know, a place that covers a lot of um how things work and how to edit mods, or in general just how mods work. And I've got like 16 mods now that I've edited or customized, either via scripts or just kind of putting a polish on some of the features, tweaking you know capacities or production levels, in general, not really rebalancing them, but definitely allowing for more play style types. And so I did like 8 just yesterday. I was just on a marathon of updating and tweaking mods. And so some of the ones I did yesterday, I did the hydroponics greenhouse. And what I did with this is I added a bunch of missing plant types that are in Farming Sim 25, right? So there's garlic and chilies, spring onions. So those are added, as well as rice saplings. And I tweaked the palette spawner, and I created a mirrored version just like I did with Farm Sim 22. And so you can put them side by side, right? You can put one on each side with one mirrored, and the pallets they'll dump out in the middle, and you can just drive in the middle and load the pallets up from both sides. So, as well as I upped the capacities by quite a bit, because when you sleep, right, when a person is gonna sleep and fast forward time, um, you want a decent amount of capacity in these buildings, and so uh, you know, having that in there is a good thing. Some of the other ones I did a new, fermenting silo. I was always frustrated with how fast the discharge thing was, and so I bumped up that, as well as some of the costs. A lot of the costs, like the greenhouses and stuff, the costs per hour were just like point 0.1, 0.1 per hour, and it was like, why? Like, why? Um, even a small setup would have an employee somewhere. There'd be somebody around, at least most of the day to make sure everything is good to go. So I basically upped the cost a little bit to sort of simulate a part-time employee being around. So it's not 20 an hour, it's like 4 an hour. So because evening times and stuff, it would throw that rant, it would throw it off. But anyway, so that's just one example of what I did. I did another version of the liquid fertilizer setup, of the actual fertilizer craft itself, fertilizer plant, and then the farm fill stations. This one took me the longest. This custom version of the farm fill stations, which is right there. So this custom version, for one, it removes the cheat loop of infinite money. So there's no more of that. Because you could buy goods at a 30% discount, and then turn around and then sell them back to the same thing for a 30% markup. So you're getting a 60% price bonus. And I was like, there's no reason to play the game. If you just load up a trailer with wheat, Just fill up a trailer and then sell it back again, and you get 60% on your money. It was ridiculous. So that is long gone. I made the free versions 100 times more expensive. Right? So if you want to cheat and place down a free field workstation where you're gonna be able to buy free, fertilizer and all of that kind of stuff, then you're gonna have to pay. You're gonna have to pay for it. It's gonna cost you in some way. And then the free versions, you can't sell stuff back to them for pricing. I set the price scales all to 0. So they don't give you any money to sell stuff back. You can buy it for free, but you can also sell it back for nothing. So, not sure why we would do that. It kind of breaks the game. But and the other thing I did is I put a little icon on each of the silo types, and the icon sort of indicates the archetype of what that is. So like husbandry is a little cow. There's a little cow icon on it. That just tells you at a glance what that is. And I think bulk was like wood chips, and I found a prefab mod that was just all the icons, and so I just used that, and that took me almost 3 hours to figure out how to do that. It was just like I just sort of hacked away on it until I got it to work, I guess. But yeah, quite a few little tweaks. I do have the DB120. A lot of these are not tested yet. I worked on all these. I just hammered them out yesterday, and I haven't really tested any of them yet. I'm hoping to do that within the next couple of days. But today is about a map. So what map are we going to be playing on? That is the question. I already have the map here, Montana 4X. So I am in the process of slowly going through this. It's a process. Maps are massively complicated. There is so much stuff going on, and the more detailed a map is, the more stuff in it that you have to sort of mess with. And the Montana 4X is one of the most complex maps that I've ever seen. It's a gigabyte in size, which gives you an idea. There's an animals XML. I did manage to track one of these down, so I am going to try and have a custom set of animals. Gonna bring my super chickens back. If you guys want that animals XML, I'm thinking about posting it on one of the other like fs25.net or whatever mod sites, just because it boggles my mind why Giants don't allow modders to change the animals XML. Like, why is that? Why is that file? Why is that file locked away, and uneditable in normal situations? It takes a special kind of person to track that down and figure it out. I've got it. I went through the whole thing and I made sure it was properly formatted, so it's all well formatted, because the person who posted it was they just posted the raw text, and so it took me a while to get all of this stuff done. But yeah, I'm hoping to get this tested and stuff. And yeah, there's water buffalo in here as well. But yeah, you get all the numbers, you get all the inputs, you get all the outputs, you get all of that kind of stuff. And this really shows me that the system is now pretty extendable if modders really want to jump in, because this thing here, right, with cows, it actually defines the fill type that it actually produces, right? So with this, you have buffalo milk, and then the cows further up here is just milk. So you could introduce a new animal, even a fictitious one, and then have that fill type be different. and you could have it give, dragon's milk or something like that. If you really wanted to. But yeah, the being able to change that fill type, that's huge. I don't think the chickens have that. Um, oh, the chickens do. Pallets egg. So you could again introduce an animal that has a pallet type, a different fill type, and you could just fill pallets of whatever, ostrich eggs or emu eggs or something, whatever. But anyway, I digress. So that's the animals XML. So I do have a custom version in here. I think it's in here. There it is. And yeah, you can in a normal game you can edit the food, but you can't edit the animals for some reason. I don't know why. But that's untested. I haven't tested that yet. I do have it is customized. I do have the super chickens in there. I have I think I have super chickens. I tweaked one cow. I tweaked one horse. I do have a super cow, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what I did with the buffalo, though. I don't think I know I did something. I just can't remember what it was. And then the goat, I don't know. The goat, I think I tweaked after it was a certain age. Like if it got old enough, then it went into super territory. But other than that, but yeah, I have to make sure that's tested and loaded. But that is defined in the XML of the map. So looking at the map XML, this is where a lot of the stuff is defined. So you've got the i3D of where the map is, and all of the directory structure is based off of the base directory of the mod, not the directory the file is in. So if you notice this, i3D is right here. So the reference to that 3D is not just the name, it's actually including the directory. So all of the file references are based on the root directory of the mod, not where the file is at. So if you have a XML inside the tree here, then you have to then reference again the root directory of the mod itself, with any textures, anything like that. So that is one thing to keep in mind, is the root directory of the mod is where all that is based off of. And so here you have defined all of the different gubbins. I don't know where these come from. I still don't know where these come from. Like, I don't know. I don't even know why they're defined. I don't know why they're defined in the files. The vehicles do that too. Why is there defined vertex memory? Why is that defined? How do we even know that information? I have no idea. It's something I've never been able to figure out, is where these numbers come from. Texture memory usage index, like, you would think that would be wildly based off of some arbitrary values, or specific to your CPU, GPU, stuff like that. I don't know. But here we have a lot of the XMLs defined for the maps. Now, these can either be overridden by adding your own version of that file, which is why there's this config directory. So it allows you to customize them, or if you don't need to customize them, you can base everything off of data or data S, and you can look at other maps for this. But here's where I overrode the animal XML. So I'm hoping that this takes. And then animals XML, this is the base one here. It's logged. The data S, the $ data S tells me that it is in a binary file. That is not, it's not a loose file that you can edit. So, most things in this particular map, this is the Montana, this is a Judith Plains map. Most everything in this map has been overridden and it's customized. This is a expertly crafted map. This is a phenomenally crafted map. So, most of the stuff I'm going to leave alone. I don't want to mess with it. But there are definitely some things that I want to tweak. And there's an Austin here, I think.
Yep. Hey.
Howdy. So most of this stuff is just good to go. We don't need to edit it. And download if you're interested in making maps for this game, just download a few. Download 4 or 5 and make sure they're like different from one another. That way you can compare and contrast the different values that they customize. So yeah, I think that would be a good idea. And then precision farming has its own section in here, and this is only used obviously if precision farming is being used. Only. So all of the stuff inside of here is ignored if you don't bother with precision farming. But you have the soil map layer that determines like, hey, is this sandy soil? Is this silty soil? Et cetera, et cetera. That's kind of where that's being defined. And we'll get into the map types here in a second. But this map adds 2 new plantable things, alfalfa and clover. I don't know why, because they're basically the same thing, and we already have grass. So I don't know why people feel the need to add alfalfa and clover. It is what it is. It's just they both can be made into silage. Like they're on par with grass, right? Cutting grass and baling grass and turning that into silage. It's the same. It's the same thing. But anyway, so we've got most of the mission vehicles. This is base game, Deadwood mission, and these are defining like the spots, the transport spots, the Deadwood spots. I haven't gotten into this at all yet in my map editing. I do so little with either of those types of missions that field missions are I think pretty easy because they're just defining the fields and stuff. And then destructible rock mission is just where the rocks are, And then tree types, this you can define number of max trees. So we can define like 40,000 trees, which is kind of crazy, but this value is actually loaded by the base game. So num max trees, that is loaded and allows you to plant more trees. Now, why in the world somebody would plant 40,000 trees, I don't know. But that allows you to plant more trees. I think it also incorporates all of the trees that are already on the map. So, and then here you can define custom bales, and you can define custom bale textures, all of that kind of stuff for the custom bales of your map. Or you can just use the data version and just use the base game versions. That's fine too. And then here we have fruit types new, and then fill types new. So these two, and then spray types to a certain extent. But fruit types is what you can grow. Fruit types for everything you can grow, everything like every plant-based material you can grow is a fruit. I don't know why they did that. I don't know if that's common nomenclature for farm-produced goods, like if it's considered fruit types. But the fill types is like all of the things. Fill types includes like cheese and cake and all of the things. Like fill types is just all the things. And then we have spray types, which is what can you spray. So like a mod like Liquid Lime would add itself to a spray types. So you can define these for a map, but then mods can also augment this information. They can add to this information, just like if you add a mod that introduces new crafting components, or new production lines with new components, it can add those to the map that you're playing on. So you're not locked in. This just defines the stuff for the map to start you off. So it is what it is. And then some additional files for some, maybe some custom tire track. Like, it's just different materials and stuff that may be referenced in other, in other files. These might be referenced, so you need to make sure the game loads those additional files. And then we have deco foliage. This is like what is mowable, right? If you're ever on a map with the mower and you run over something and it doesn't mow it, or consequently, if you're trying to plow a field and you run over like bushes or grass and it doesn't go away when you plow, that's because this isn't defined. You need to define those things as deco foliage. You need to define these foliage layers to be able to remove them, right? So if they're using foliage on their map that isn't defined in here, then it won't go away with a plow. I ran into this last year with one of my custom maps. I had used a foliage that could not be plowed under, and it's so annoying. I had to go back and redo the whole map to get rid of that foliage because it was really annoying. I know I could have just added it to this, but anyway, we want to make sure that these are mowable, right? So I don't know why they're not all set to mowable, but we want them. They're going to be all mowable. Well, grass short, maybe not. But yeah, ground foliage, deco bush US, meadow weed, water plants, forest plants, and deco foliage. So looks like name grant. Yeah, that's grass short. Okay, whatever. The channels and stuff. This is all a super deep way that they store these things. So it's like everything in this game is based on bitmaps. So most of this stuff is saved in bit flags, and so you have like which bit flags are these stored as. I haven't quite unpacked everything involving that, but man, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to know about modding this game. There is a huge amount to know. So the people who do it well, the person who made this map, this Judith Plains map, they are top tier. They know this process so well, but it still probably took this person months to get this map done. Like months of work. It's not a fast process. Okay, so the ground types. This is what you can paint. So defining in here, you can actually like paint these textures. And yeah, it's the layer is the layer of ground that you're editing. But anyway, yeah, those are all. That's the maps. That's the maps XML. Or the map XML, and this is where all of this stuff is defined. We've tweaked the trees here, and what I usually do to indicate that I've tweaked something. Oh yeah, almost forgot this image file name up here. Overview. This is your PDA. Let's see. That is in Maps US textures. UI overview. Wow, they went a little bit heavy on the advertisement. Good God. Good God, person. Why did you do that? Like, why did you do that? That is just ugly. That is so ugly. Remember, every time you open your map, this is what you would see. Now, granted, it'd be zoomed in most of the time on here, but you would still see a lot of this stuff. But yeah, now the main trend in the game is to use a satellite image for your terrain, and your fields are going to be placed over the top of this. So yeah. Anyway, this is the first time I've looked at the minimap file, and yeah, that is not ideal. Yeah, they're just like, holy cow. That is a lot. Credits. Dear Lord. Scripts. There's no scripts in this. Content creators. Like, I mean, that took a while right there to learn, like, grabbing all of those logos and stuff. So you can see forest, open lot, forest, sawmill. I mean, this definitely looks like a place in Montana. Not sure how they're going to handle the circular pivot fields. This is definitely not like a perfectly flat map. I do have one or two of those. But the other thing to note, I didn't mean to close that window, damn it, is the width and height. The base game is 2048. 2048 by 2048. So this will tell you what size the map is. So this would be considered a 4x map, right? Because it's twice the value, but it's 4 times the size, right? You have 2048. Well, you have 4096 by 40. You can fit 4 base game maps into this map, which makes it 4x. I have a map that is somewhere. I have a 16x map. And so these are 8192 or whatever it was. It's a huge map. But this one, you can see, is tiny. It's 200 meg. Because there's not as much stuff in it. The Judith Plains map is a gigabyte, right? This is the map right here. It's a gigabyte because there's so much in the map. Like, there's so much art and assets in the Judith Plains map. I mean, there's Applebee's and there's Tim Hortons. There's just a ton of stuff in this map, and so it's that just makes it like huge. Whereas like the Dakota 16, it's just a very large it's a very large map. So you look at this, like, this is the normal PDA, right? Well, remember, this 8 base game maps across the top of this, right? 8 of them. Like, this field right here is like the size of a map in the base game. It's actually out to about right here. It's actually about right here. So this right here is about the size of a base game map. Because there's 4 base game maps going across the top. So you divide it in half, and you divide that in half, and that's your base game map. So that gives you an idea of how big this map is. This map it's bigger than any map I've ever played on in my life. So it's like these fields are enormous. I bet you Courseplay would have a hard time generating a course on fields that big because they are huge. And why they couldn't be square, god damn that that frustrates me. Oh man. The only reason I would play in a big map like this is to have nice square fields where I would be able to just punch out a whole lot of equipment and just like you have 4 pieces of equipment, 3 or 4 pieces of equipment on one field. But anyway, the Dakota 4X map is enormous, and I haven't gotten into that yet. But today I would like to edit, as we saw on the previous stream when I was looking up what the value of crops was. So we looked at the acreage of a field, and granted, it wasn't just the field; it was the acreage of the whole. It was the whole thing, right? And so we were actually farming a little bit less than that. So the example is the one field we got. It was classified as right about 110 acres. We were probably only harvesting 105 ish. If you exclude all the little fringy areas and stuff, we were probably around 105. But that's a negligible difference. So 110 acres, and I managed to harvest 250,000 soybeans off of that field at 110 acres. And using the power of Grok, I determined that for the acreage, that was actually a pretty good yield, right? That was right in line with what you should be able to get off of 110 acres as far as the liters of soybeans that we got. There is a lot of conversions that have to happen because most farm products are sold or the transactions are in weight, not volume, right? So a bushel, it's all based on like kilograms or pounds or whatever. So there has to be a whole lot of conversions going on, which is why it's nice using something like Grok because it just does it automatic. So 280,000 liters off of 110 acres is within the margin of error. I'm okay with the margin of error. The huge problem was when we went to sell it. Now, again, we sold it at one of the selling or one of those silos, which gave us like a 30% boost on the price. So that I didn't take into account. I didn't take that into account. I should have. But when I then asked how much should 250,000 liters of soybeans sell for a farm market price, I got back it should be around $70,000 for those soybeans, which that hurts my soul. That is not a lot of money for 110 acres, but $70,000. I was like, all right, we have our baseline for how much those should be worth. So how much are we going to actually get back? We got $1.4 million for those, right? That's 200 times the value that they should have been, right? 200 times the value. That, even if you remove the percent bonus that we got, if you take 30% off of 1.4 million, we're looking at, around $1 million. right? Right around a million, probably 1,000,005, 1,010,000, somewhere in there. Well, that's still compared to $70,000, a little less than 200 times, but it's still dramatically more expensive or more profitable than it should have been. I don't mind it being more profitable. It's a game. You need to make money in a game. I don't mind it that you get a little bit of extra. What I mind is it being 200x. That's the problem. It's way, way, way too easy to make money in this, right? It just ruins the fun value. When you can take one crop of soybeans, sell it, and then literally pay off all your loans in one shot, that's a problem. Like, farmers spend years and years and years in massive debt trying to pay off a single $700,000 combine. A single crop of soybeans is not going to pay off a combine for you, or a 9RX, $600,000 tractor. It's just, so I want to make this playthrough, I want to make this map something special, and because I want to get all of the edits in, and I'm going to upload it, because the file is a gigabyte. It's not going to just linger on my Google Drive, and all of my customized mods, these are all going to be available. These are all available to the channel members and patrons. So I can't upload these to like the Mod Hub or anything, because these are edits of other people's mods, and I never remove credit. Their name is always in the authors list. I don't remove credit of the other of the original author, because they get the credit for the work. But I'm just going in and tweaking it a little bit, and sometimes a lot. But I'm going in and tweaking it, and redoing the balance a little bit. And that customizes it enough where it's like other people might want access to it, so I have to put it somewhere. So the Google Drive is where it is. But that link is there's a members channel in my Discord that channel members and patrons get access to, and the link is in there, and you can download my FS22 mods and my FS25 mods. So it's a perk, because this is my job. I work on mods. So all right, so I would like config. Where is it? Foliage? Yeah, foliage. Yeah, it's all in foliage now, which is funny. But fruit types. So fruit types, I learned this the other day when I was prepping for what I wanted to stream today. They have completely changed how the different fruit types for a map are defined. There used to be, in older versions, in FS22 at least, when you went to the fruit types, all the fruit types were in here. All of the data was in here. So all of this data was all in this one file, and it was just, the file just went on for forever. On and on and on and on and on. But now they've massively streamlined this. And so if you like this one, right, you can call the base game version. The $ data is the indication. This is coming from the base game, and it's coming from it's poplar. So potato, poplar, and oilseed radish are using the base game version. I don't think I've ever planted oilseed radish, literally ever. I don't even know why you would do that, but it is what it is. Poplar, and then potato. Potato I left alone because in my test in the other map, potatoes are actually right in line. The yield for the space was fine, and then the sell price for the yield was fine. So it's like all the prices were in the margin of error, on the bell curve, and so it was like, I don't really need to mess with potatoes. For some reason, Potatoes were good. But there were a couple fruits that I had to add to this, and I have a little thing here. Oh, that is, whew, that was bright. So these are the ones that I had to add. Cotton, green bean, pea, rice long, spinach, sugar beet, sugar cane, grape, and olive. And I added those to the foliage. These are right here. So these now you can see MapUS foliage, maize. So now, instead of them all being blawed into one file, now they're split up, right? To individual files, which you can define custom textures, all of that in one shot. And then the alfalfa here. So the i3D, that's the 3D, that's like the plant, when, you know, the growing plant, and this is the thing that uses the textures, right? So this is where the textures are being pulled. And then the alfalfa, this is defining the stages. And here you get the bit flags, right? Invisible, this is newly planted. Invisible is newly planted. These are naming conventions that they do. So invisible is you just plant it. Green small, you can see 0100, green small. Then green middle, 1100. Harvest ready, 1110. Cut, 0001. And then cut rolled, 1001. Which I'm assuming they're sharing, because you only have so many bit flags here. Cut rolled. I don't know. You don't roll it after you cut it, though. You roll it after you plant it. So I'm not sure why cut rolled is like that. But anyway, so this actually sets the shape, and this is the path into the i3D file. So this is what node the shape should take. And then the fruit type right here. This is like the meat and potatoes of the crop itself. This is the craziest thing. And then the growth, you've got all the things, and these green small, green middle, harvest ready, these are indexes into this up here. So this just is like when you go to late spring, it goes invisible to green small. If it's green small, it goes to green middle. If it's green middle, it goes to harvest ready. Right? So it's like this is alfalfa. So there is no cut rolled, that's right. So cut rolled is you can roll it after you cut it, because it's alfalfa, you don't have to replant it. But this will show you that in the middle of winter, late winter, or somewhere in here, yeah, there it is, knockback. So in late autumn, if it's harvest ready, it drops. Right? So if you sleep, and late autumn would be you start the game in early spring. No. You start the game in August, which I think is early autumn. Or is it September? I can't remember now which month is which. It's not late winter, I think, is like February. So early winter is like November, and then December, and then January, and then early spring might be February. I don't remember. But this gives you essentially the grow pattern and this here, harvest ready, goes to green middle. So it will grow to green small, but then early winter, midwinter, it doesn't do anything. Right? There is no movement at all. And then late winter, you actually get a little bit of growth. And then here we go. And then you can define, if you wanted to, you could define invisible to harvest ready in one shot. Just whoop, boom, jump it right in. If you really wanted to do that. So anyway, this right here though, this is what we're after. This little bit right here. Each one of these files is going to have one of these, and this is what defines your harvest, right? And so the value of these, I think the harvests were pretty good. But where is the value? There's a couple that I edit. There's always a couple I edited. The yields of. I could have sworn the value of each crop was also defined in here. So I go to olive. So olives, harvest. I go like crazy. The olives and grapes are really annoying, and so it's like I'm gonna radically increase these. Because they can be tough. So let's go 31. Here. Early spring. And then grapes. Liters per square meter. Doubled liters per square meter because of row spaces, yeah. And I have 40x to that. Like, I don't mess around when it comes to grapes and olives. My hydroponics greenhouse, I added grapes to that. So you can grow grapes in the greenhouse. It's not as fast. If you grow them, that's one of the reasons I did that, because I knew I was going to edit the yield of grapes. So as far as getting grapes like in huge amount, or the orchard way is definitely the better way. At least giving you quite a bit. But a sort of a more passive version would be the greenhouse. Now the grass, I don't know if that is good to go, but the other thing I would like to see, I know this game or this map, sugar cane. Let's up that a little bit. The seeding here, this is how much seed it actually consumes, which is a lot. That is a huge amount of seed. 1.2 liters per square meter. That is, wow. That's a lot of seeds to plant sugarcane. I think you get more than one harvest out of it, though. Um, so I think corn in this map adds a custom harvest mulcher. I could have sworn he added. There it is, windrow fill type corn stalks. So yeah, he adds a custom fill type, and 3.68 is your amount of corn stalks. And I think soybeans are the same thing. Yeah, soybean straw, 3.68. So 3.68 seems to be the standard amount of straw. Let's just take a peek at wheat. 3.68. Yeah, that's for some reason that is the standard of straw. And clover, carrot, canola, beetroot, barley, alfalfa. Like sorghum, windrow, liters per square meters. Weird that you don't give the type here. Okay. So we're going to look at fill types. Fill types. So there's the new production: beer, corn flour, corn oil, ethanol, pasta, pizza, soy milk, whiskey, wine. And then they add anhydrous and propane. And then they define all of the categories and all of the gubbins in here. But I don't know. I've seen no indication of where the other fill types are set. Because usually you define the fill types in one file, and you saw the fruit types had a block that was like, here, basically import all of these fruit types. But these are just defining the new ones. So does the game just behind the scenes automatically load? Because I need to edit the price per liter of a few things, right? I want to lower the price per liter of some of the base game versions, because they're too lucrative. I don't know if there's a way to do that. So you can see they put factors in here. So the game must load that file or load those fill types regardless. So if we find here, where is that set? There it is. So you can see the fill types is loading the fill types, but it's not loading. It's not defining, hey, also load. I thought maybe like the additional files would possibly load them. So yeah, the game must just load the fill types automatically. So that means we need to pull in the base game fill types. Oh, my shortcut all my shortcuts are still FS22. I still have it installed too. So I think it's in data, maps, fill types, right here. This is all of the base game fill types. You can see this file is actually pretty big, so this could get gnarly. It also defines all the tree types. Unfortunately, the sequoias and stuff not in there. I might be able to add that though. I might. We can look into that of adding, because I know in the script, like the giant sequoia and ponderosa, those are in there, right? Those are in the thing. So let's load this. And I need to take a quick bio break. You guys stare at wheat for a little while and see what values Christ. Yep, there we go. God, I'd forgotten the microphone. Sorry. God damn. You'd think I would be able to see that button, but no, there's really subtle. There's a really subtle difference when stuff is enabled or disabled on my Stream Deck. So what I want to do is I want to tweak the values of like the raw material, because farms do not get top dollar for these products, right? These are all like raw material. They, you know, the companies that buy that stuff, you know, they have to still go through and clean it and make sure like there's no rocks and bugs, and like there's a lot of that they have to do. So they don't pay top dollar for that stuff. And I don't know where they get their prices. You know, $1.10 for a liter of rice, I'm pretty sure that's high. Because you can buy rice by the 50-pound bag, and it's like, so we are going to try to, I don't know if you can just include the fill types, the data that you want. There's an example of something that I didn't know existed in one of the mods. In one of the mods that we had, one of the mods that I updated yesterday, I saw it, and it surprised me that it was a thing, because I didn't know it was a thing. It was in the if I can find it, farm fill stations. The definitions. So you have all the 4 different kinds of stations, and then you had a free version. So you have the main station. So here's the bulk fill station. Okay, let's get rid of that because it's annoying. Right? So this defines the price scale for everything. This defines the price scale for all of the stuff you sell. So this is how I redefined, you know, how the price scales and stuff worked. But in the free version, obviously the buying price is going to be different. Well, the free version uses a system that I didn't even know this game had. Right? How is this? If we go here, buying station configurable, it's the same type, but we have this parent file here with changes and then custom data for the icon. I didn't even know this was a thing, right? So this is setting, this is like an XML, I don't know what you would call it, XPath, almost like 7 Days to Die inline changes. But placeable is your main tag. Buying station, right, is your buying station, so that's the next tag in. Fill type is your fill type, and then the 0, that's an index into that array, which is then changing all of the fill types. And then hashtag price scale, that is your tag inside the tag, right? So it's like, can I use this system to only change the price? Can I use this to only change the price is the question. A good way to figure that out is if you copy that tag, load up Notepad, search files, and paste that tag in there, and I am searching the game source scripts. So I have a directory in here, scripting, where I have the game source from the SDK. It's actually, you can actually find that in the SDK directory, blah, 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 blah. Right here, debugger game source, right? That's just that file unzipped. So I'm going to search every script that we have access to for that tag. It takes a hot minute first time you do it because it's also indexing all the files. I don't know why. Wow, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. What? Parent exists. But the parent file that tag doesn't exist. Usually, it would find it because a lot of the tags are defined in the schema, so it has to define the tags that it's looking for. So if you're looking for a specific tag, right, you can do a search like this, and it will find it. An example would be, let's just figure out sprayer. Sprayer's too generic. Depth node. I found this in this was a ground, like the ground node. This was a tag in the John Deere DB120 for depth node, and I was like, I wonder where this is at. And this pops up, and you can see right here, ground reference node. So this ground reference right here, that is a specialization that adds a ground reference node block in the XML, and that adds the tag depth node. Now, Giants, if you're out there, I just want to say, whoever did shit like this, fire them and erase them from existence. This is not helpful. Using the name of the node to define what the node is, not helpful. Not helpful. And it's pervasive in this API. Whoever decides depth node is defined as depth node doesn't know how to define things. How about depth node does something cool to the, like, whatever. Like, actually define what that is. Not just give me the same words over again. That's not helpful. Whoever did this, the documentation, here's another one. Speed threshold. I know if the tag is called speed threshold, I know it has something to do with speed threshold. But what does that do? What effect to the game does it have? Don't tell me the same words again. Please. How many versions of the game we're in, and nobody has brought this to your attention? Actually put some helpful goddamn information in here for once. Tell us what this thing does. Actually add some decent information. This is not helpful. Work area index. I could go on and on and on. It's every file. Every once in a while, you'll have some more details. Every once in a while. But the vast majority of them are just the node. They're just the name again. Like, it's just like, why? Nobody has brought this up to the team. Nobody has said, hey, maybe add some more details to the fucking description. At least a little, like some information. That would be nice. Okay, so parent file is not defined in the scripts at all anywhere. So a couple things could cause that. One, it's a base XML function. It's a base function of how this game loads XML. Right? It's just like, it is what it is. Like, it's just like loaded in because it's placeable. Now it's parent file. So it's obviously not, it's not a function of placeable. It's not a function of anything, but if it's not defined in the scripts, it must then be a function of the XML itself, right? Because this whole thing is XML. And so parent file, it must load the data and then give you access to changing things. So if we go to fill types, nope, we go to new fill types. Map is basically what it is. I doubt parent file. Yeah, parent file is not defined in here. I'm just really curious on how this game defines the different fill types. So I'm wanting to test this. So if we do, I really want this to work. I so badly want this to work. And I just closed the damn file. That was my example. Bulk station free. There it is. So parent file. This comes in right after right after the schema definition. Okay, and then I need to set the I need to set this to the right file. Now, how do I do that? Because there's a right way and a hacky way, and I don't want to do it the hacky way. Is there map? I don't think there's a fill types, but let's see. Oh, there's map. There it is. Fill types. They do have a custom fill type here, I think. Fill types. Yeah, they have their own custom file that they did. So that's not what I'm looking for. I don't want to really have to redefine. Ooh, wow. Goat milk. That's That's lucrative. How about this one? Fruit types. Really? They're just not defined at all. Num max trees 100,000. Jesus. Yeah, this is just a 4x, or no, this is a 16x. This is called They Made Me Do It. This is a 16x just flat, completely flat map. Like devoid is like nothing. There's nothing to it. But I would love to edit this and do something with it. I'm not sure what yet, but I would like to do something with this. If anybody's interested in that, let me know. But a nice blank flat-ish. I'd like to put some rolling hills in there, but a nice blank flat-ish thing would be nice. This one I don't know. Let's go config. See, they don't include fill types. So let's look at the actual map. Map, where is it? XML? No. Map, there it is. Fill. Why does everybody include these goddamn fill? Like, why? Every map that I've looked at has these in it. So if we instead look at something that just grabs just get rid of this precision farming because it's annoying. Data store. There's no actual like help. There's no help. This is one of the reasons why it takes so long to mod anything in this game. There's just no information in terms of how to map these things. You can see a lot of data objects, data effects, data shared, blah 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 blah. Right? Even this one has these damn additional files in it. Where is the generic map to that XML file? Data S gameplay hints. Because this data S, this is a encrypted, like compressed zip, like it's a proprietary format file. So I don't know what path this would have in it. So if we look at this and then data, so we may just maybe assume data S or data S2. I think data is just, it doesn't matter. The game will treat that the same. Data, and then maps fill types. If we look at this, data foliage meadow, yeah. Oh, this one's not going to define it either. I bet you. Yeah, this one's not defining. Why in the world would they do that? Why would they remove? And I bet you the script would not be helpful at all, because they redact so much stuff from scripts, which I do not know why. There we go. There's a good maps. I was right. Maps underscore. Okay. Where is it? It's somewhere in here. There it is. Data underscore maps underscore maps fill types. Okay. So that should give us access, maybe, possibly, to this file. Now, the fill type converters, I don't need to mess with, because that is already redefined in this map itself. So data maps fill. So I'm just assuming this is going to work. And then we want to set just as I do one as an example, right? So this is going to be map fill type, right? Map fill types. Ooh, fill types. Okay. And then the unfortunate thing here is that fill type is repeated over and over and over. Okay. This is a problem. Hey, Dan, how's it going? Salutations to you, too. I am trying out something that I don't know if it's actually going to work. All right, so we need to do fill type dot economy. Just make sure I get this right. I did. Dot price per liter. Okay. So this is fill type / economy. Okay. Hashtag price per liter gives me access to this value right there. Okay. So this is going to be fill type of 0. Right. I'm really hoping that's how it works. This, fill type 0, but this index directly into that. So I'm just assuming that fill type of 0 and then dot economy gives me the very first version in this file, right? Which is wheat. Okay, so now I go to Grok. Working on balancing a farming simulator 25 map. Working on balancing a farming simulator map. Going to ask you to give me the price per liter of farm-made products. You can pre-fetch market open market prices and convert them to price per liter. So, to give you an idea of what this AI can do. This is just every time I use it just blows my mind. So I said, working on balancing a Farming Simulator 25, I'm going to ask you to give me the price per liter of farm-made products. You can prefetch open market prices, convert them into price per liter. So it's just assuming, because I didn't actually indicate farm-made products and price estimate as an example. Milk, right? You're looking at like conversion, and then looking at what the price per liter is, right? So it's just game context. In Farming Simulator, milk prices typically reflect real-world farm gate prices, but may be adjusted for gameplay. So if we look at milk, what is milk? What is the actual value of milk in this game, right? What do they set? Milk, price per liter, 7 cents per liter. This is giving me 45 to 55 cents. So 7 cents is about 50% over what the average market price is. And yeah, there's fluctuation, but that's already taken into account here. So there is positive and negatives, but the baseline of 7 is too much. This is what I'm trying to edit. I'm trying to get the values more in line. Jesus, let's scroll up. Okay, so the first one is wheat. So this is just to give you an example. Wheat per liter. Wheat price per liter. Right. So it's converting like density, and there's a lot of math involved, right? And it's just like it's a little bit more verbose than I really wanted to. There's probably a way to just be like, just give me the answer. But I don't want to, I don't want to mess with Grok's, I don't want to make him self-conscious. Okay, so as you can see, price per liter, since 1 liter of wheat, blah, 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 price per liter is like 15.6 cents per liter. What's the base game? Double that. Right? So this, I want to do 0.156, I think. Like, yeah. So that is wheat. Okay. And I want to do this like methodically because there's so many of them. I don't need this anymore, I don't think. Blue, 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 blue. Ooh, I almost missed a very important tag in here. That would have confused me. I am editing a map. Making a map from scratch is a months-long process. Months long. Like it is to make a good map. So we're editing the Judith Plains. I'm editing the Judith Plains map, the Montana 4X map. The person who made this map is a phenomenal individual. They did such a good job on this map. But yeah, this is the Judith Plains from DJ Modding. This is a expertly crafted map. Basically on par with anything you could possibly get from the development studio. Like, this is such a good map. So I'm just going through and I'm trying to tweak and edit some things um, to get it ready for kind of just a relaxing playthrough. Um, and one of the things I'm editing is the value of the crops, because a 4X map, you're able to grow and plant and harvest huge crops in a 4X map. And so having crops be as lucrative and valuable, it just makes it makes it so it's just too easy to make money. And so I am trying um to tweak this a little bit, and yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, the Judith Plains map is just, it's so good. I mean, it's a gigabyte in size, but it's just so good. I didn't want to tweak with it too much. Okay, so barley is next. Barley price per liter. Just give me the answer, please. Oh my god. I just everything about Grok is just, it's just unbelievable. It's so good. It just spits me out the answer. It's so good. Uh so 15 cents per liter versus 31.3 cents per liter. So it's so good. I have used Grok several times now. So now we're doing number 1, and this is going to be barley, and this is going to be 1.5. Okay. And next is going to be 2 oats. Yep. I just said oat. Boom. I mean, it's just so good. All right, let's close that. This is going to be oat, and this is going to be 18 cents. Versus 53 cents. This is like almost 4 times the value of what oats should be. Why did they make oats so valuable in this game? Why? Why are oats so damn valuable? That's nuts. All right, so I want to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so oats, and then canola. Sorghum. Sunflower. Soybean. Maize, which is corn, if anybody didn't know that. Potato. Oh, potato, we're not changing. So we're skipping one. Potato. Okay. Wow, that just happened to line up perfectly with the gap that I made. So sugar beet. Beetroot. I don't know what beetroots are. Maybe they're red beets, maybe? Carrots. And who knows? We could run into one of these that's actually more valuable than it is in the market, but you know, it is what it is. Cotton. Rice long grain. Rice. Green bean. Pea. Spinach. That's a lot. Wow.
There's a lot of products in this game. So this is going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Canola, sorghum, sunflower, soybean, corn. Look at this. This is just, I'm telling you, this is the future. Like, barley, price per liter, just give me the answer. Boom. Oat, boom. Canola, sunflower, blah, blah, blah. Boom, 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 boom. It's it's so good. You imagine how much math and shit you'd have to go through to like figure out, because remember, the game is everything's price per liter. That is not how the market trades these, and each individual one is slightly different, right? Canola is like the market value is based on like different things than corn. Like they're slightly different across the board. But yeah, it's crops representative for Farming Simulator 25 map balancing. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. So we're gonna go back up to blue. Here we go. Canola is here. So canola is in here is 60 cents. Canola is actually 29 cents, right? Sorghum is 43 cents when it's actually 15 cents. Sunflower is 67 cents when it's actually 28 cents. Soybean, 77 cents when it's actually 26 cents. Corn, 38 cents when it's actually 14 cents. So that gives you an idea of just like how different the game's valuation is compared to the real world. And that's why I'm doing this, is like, this is going to be the most real world balanced version of a map ever. Like, it's going to be crazy how hard it's going to be to make money on this map, because it's going to be like, you're not going to be able to get a giant you're not going to be able to get a giant like harvest of corn in and just make millions of dollars. It's you're just not going to be able to do that. Okay, so I'm separating these in groups of 5. So sugar beet, I think beetroot, red beets, carrot, parsnip, cotton. Oh shit. Oh, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt everybody. Potato, remember we skipped potato. I can double check potato though, but sugar beet 17 cents for sugar beet. 3 cents per liter in the market. What a difference. Wow, this is going to be nuts. Okay. Sugar beet is going to be 0.3. That's nuts. Red beet, I think it's beetroot. I think red beets are beetroot. So these are actually higher. I think beetroots are red beets. If somebody out there knows, but these are actually higher. These are set to 122 when they're actually 32. Beetroot, potato. Yeah, beetroot is red beet, which is 32 cents. That is right. And then potato is actually 13 cents when this was 22 cents. I mean that's closest. That's very, very close. But we in an effort to balance this as close as possible to the real world. Remember, there's also going to be variation. All we're doing is setting the baseline price, right? The 100% price. And then there'll be fluctuations above and below that line as according to the map itself. So that is what we're attempting to do here. Is just edit these. Okay, and so cotton. Ooh, cotton is actually, wow. So sugar beet, red beet, which is actually more. So red beet is actually more lucrative. Maybe get people to actually plant that shit. Carrot is again more. So this is 30 cents for carrots instead of 13 cents. So that is actually good. Parsnip, again, is more, 35 cents. And cotton, cotton is even better. Oh, no, it's not. It's not as good. Cotton is 94 cents. Yes, sugar beets. There's a spot in this state where they are able to grow, because sugar beets are actually not a universally growable crop. You can't just grow these anywhere. You need a certain kind of soil and a certain amount of moisture. And so you need quite a lot of moisture to grow sugar beets. But yeah, there's a giant crystal sugar plant in the area that harvests all these. Okay, I would like to copy this set of 5. I'm doing them in sets of 5 just to make it easier on myself. Okay, so these are good. 0 to 4 or 13, which is the first 14. We've got it done. Cotton, it's a reduction. It's a reduction of about 30%. 35% reduction in how much cotton is worth. But again, I'm going to be mainly editing the raw materials and leaving the produced production lines alone. So if you're going to produce cheese, if you're going to produce that, it's going to be more beneficial. It's going to be a higher difference in the amount that you make by having those productions going, because I'm also going to go and edit the productions in this map. So to get access to this map, again, what I'm doing is I can't really post this anywhere because it's a massive edit of somebody else's map, but patrons and channel members get they can download all of this stuff. Okay. Now, the next batch is long grain rice, green bean, pea, spinach. Okay. Excellent. This is just, again, this is so good. The next batch, blah, blah, blah. Long grain rice, regular, generic, assuming, green bean, pea, and spinach. It's so good. I don't know, guys. I think it's the future. I think there will come a day when I'll just be able to submit this to Grok and just be like, rebalance these prices. And it just does it for me. Okay, so long grain rice is at 53 and it should be at 27. Okay. So 27. And regular rice is 25 versus 1.1. Holy Jesus, that is a wow, that is a difference. 25 cents versus $1.10. That is a quarter, less than a quarter of the value of rice. That is that's rough. Green bean though, 43 cents. And then versus 72. Ooh, geez, that's gonna hurt. Peas 104 versus 40 cents. And then spinach is 50 cents. Which is actually more. So spinach is more lucrative by about 2x. Okay, so the next batch is going to be sugarcane. Wood. I'm going to do wood chips. Well, let's copy wood. Wood goes here. Because remember, we have to do these in the exact order that they appear. And then wood chips. Sugar beet cut is one I just don't care about. So we'll leave that at 22. What is sugar? Yeah, sugar beets are. We may need to reduce sugar beet cuts because it's such a difference in price, and it's really easy to cut them. Silage, we're definitely going to be rebalancing all of the grass-based stuff. Grass and meadow is the same as grass. Okay, and then grass windrow will be the same as grass. Dry grass is hay. Okay. So just when you can't just type in dry grass because it's actually hay. So the market price would be based on hay. Hay. And then straw. And then wheat cut. These are all windrow based things. I'll hold off on that for a second. So wood and wood chips. Wood is basically, let's go back up. Wood price per liter is just set to 1 because it is what it is. It's just how the game calculates that. So we don't want to remove that. I wish there was a way to automatically comment. Like if I just highlight that and just I don't know if there's a way to just edit, like just make that a comment. Toggle line comment. Boom. There we go. What was that? Control / Excellent. Okay. So we want to do 19, 20, 21. I think we're going to need to edit sugar beet cut just because 22, because I don't want the price disparity to be too much higher. Like sugar beets are 3 cents. Sugar beet cuts, let's just arbitrarily make them, because it just takes a little bit of extra effort. Like 6 cents. I mean, it doubles the value by cutting them. I don't know why, but let's just arbitrarily put that in there. So 19, 20 is wood. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Now again, I could be this system that I'm using here might not even work for this file. It just might not work. So I'm doing all of this, but at least I'll have all the values. What was wheat at? 0156. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So sugar cane, wood chips, silage, grass, this is going to hurt everybody. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt a lot. Sugarcane, 2 cents per liter. Wood chips, 5 cents per liter. Sugar beet cut, well, I already did that. Silage, 3 cents per liter. So wood chips, 32 cents to 5 cents. Okay? I always felt that wood chips at least were way too valuable. Sugar beet cut, again, I basically just doubled the value of what it was. So silage, 12 cents to 3 cents. 25, a quarter of what it should be. Or a quarter, it was 4 times what the market was. Silage was way overvalued, which is why it always felt like it always felt like I should be in the lawn mowing business. Grass is set to 4.5 cents, and grass is 2 cents. So meadow and grass windrow are the same. And then hay, okay, so grass, windrow, I want to copy that. So meadow, I just want to make sure I'm not getting all out of discombobulated order here. Meadow is, again, it's basically the same. Meadow is grass. It's just named different. And then grass windrow, okay. And then hay. So yeah, right here is 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. But straw, after straw, I think we go straw. Yeah, we do wheat cut, barley cut. My fingers need I need my keyboard like at a severe angle because my fingers, my wrist and stuff just doesn't work at that angle very well. These are set up because they made windrowing crops. They made crop windrows the base game function now. So you can swath these and then pick them up with a pickup header, and just kind of. These are all set to 4 cents for some reason. I'm fine with that. But then grapes. Okay, so after soybean cut is grape. And then olive. And then milk. Yay, milk. And then goat milk. And then buffalo milk. Good Lord. I'm not really sure why we needed 2 more times of milk in this version, but no, it is what it is. Wool. And then last one is eggs. Okay. So 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Okay. So dry grass, windrow. Now we need straw. No, we need hay, straw, hay, straw, grape, olive. Hay, straw, grape, and olive. Okay. Hay is 3 cents. So you have 2 cents for grass, 3 cents for hay. Okay. But we're also going to look at forage. You know, there's a few. We did silage already, but like TMR, which is forage. It's just labeled. The fill type is just forage. But yeah, so straw is again 2 cents. Grape is 45 cents. Let's go up here and compare that to what we're looking at. So this is 60 cents base game, and it's actually should be 45 cents. Olive, 48 cents. Compared to 60 cents. For some reason, grapes and olive. Now, why they didn't do this kind of stuff for the balance, I don't know. Cow milk, goat milk, buffalo milk. Okay. The fact that it actually found markets for goat milk and buffalo milk is pretty amazing. I wouldn't even know where to look. Okay. So, milk is 50 cents per liter. Now, was that? Yeah, it is actually exactly what it was the first time it defined it. It's in the high side. Milk, yeah. I mean, it calculated originally 49.2 cents per liter, but it made a range, so it just said, yeah, you could set a base price of 50 cents for balance. So that is right in the middle of everything. So it came up with the same number, both, from 20 minutes ago to right now, right? It came up with the same value, which is good. If it would have come up with a different value, then I would have been worried. So milk is set to 70 cents, and it should have been 50 cents. Goat milk, $2.82. 65 cents. Buffalo milk, $3.50. 80 cents. Right? Like that's a huge difference. Right? $3 and oh man, that is a huge difference. It's like a 4x difference. Okay, so we want to do is it control slash? Control slash. Yeah. Wait. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now, Would this have been easier just to put all this, paste this all in there and just redefine everything? Probably. At this point, probably. Wool and eggs are the last two on the main thrust. Wool, eggs. Market data and converting blah 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 for map balancing. Wool, $1.20 per liter. That's actually more. $1.20. Eggs, 40 cents per liter compared to $1.12. So eggs went down by about 3x, divided by 3, a third. Wool went up by 30%. So, getting these balanced, getting these rebalanced, I think is going to be an interesting thing. But what I'll be able to do is confidently play the map, knowing I'm getting reasonably realistic values for these crops, right? Because you've got the fuel usage, you've got like other expenditures that you have to cover. And one of the things I'm doing with the custom production lines is I'm basically thinking like, all right, how much would it reasonably cost to run this production with a small number of employees, and then you've got like utility bills, electricity and water and all of that. Like, what is that going to be? And you've got a certain number of expenses, and how does that relate to like per hour, like cost per hour? How do you define that? And so, like any number of employees is gonna increase your cost per hour by quite a lot. But some of the production lines, like the greenhouse, a lot of the time with a greenhouse is not a lot of employees. It just requires, a lot of space. But then you have, a little bit of expenses. And then what do you do with time? If somebody's on an 8-hour shift and and then off for 16 hours, well, you're going to lower your dollar cost per average hour. And so you can rebalance that. And that's kind of what I've been doing with my custom productions is I tweak the cost per hour, per active hour, because the cost per hour, that is the same regard. Like if it goes an hour and doesn't produce anything, it's still going to charge you. Right. So it's like if you have a bunch of employees on staff and then they don't have anything to do, so they're standing around staring at their phones all day, you're still paying them per hour. So, needing to manage your production points a little bit more to make sure that you're not paying for just constant, like downtime, is important. Okay. So now the production chains start. Honey, though, is not really a production chain, but yeah, we're going to definitely want the next batch covered. So 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Okay. So honey, lettuce, these are greenhouse crops. Tomato, strawberry, spring onion, Napa cabbage. Yeah, these are all, except for honey. Honey is not. 48. Chili. 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. Oh, I almost missed. 49, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have done like a a spreadsheet or something. That would have been smart, you know. That would have been smart. Chili, garlic, gnocchi. I don't even know what a gnocchi is. I don't think I added that to my. I might have to add that to my oyster. Good lord. Oyster boards. Okay. Go up to the top. Let's cut that. Okay. Honey. Lettuce. Tomato. Strawberry. Spring onion. Okay. Honey is actually pretty valuable. It's actually a little bit more valuable than it is here. So 150. Lettuce is down. Lettuce is down. Lettuce is 60 cents. Tomato is 45. Strawberry is 80 cents. Wow. It's already set to 80 cents. That's nice. Spring onion, 55 cents. Tomatoes 50. We're changing that. Oh, that was actually very, very close. Amazing. Strawberries 45 is actually went up. Strawberries are very valuable. Spring onions 45 went up a little bit. Napa cabbage. Napa cabbage, BB. Napa cabbage, chili, garlic, ENOKI. Napa cabbage is 50. Chili is 70. Garlic is 90. Gnocchi is... Oh, those are mushrooms. I had no idea. $1.10. That's okay. Let's look at how this 35 goes to 50. Pretty decent. Chili 45 goes to 70, almost double. Garlic 45 goes to 90. That is double. But again, these are greenhouse crops, right? And so you don't produce, unless you have a lot of greenhouses. You need a lot of greenhouses to be able to produce enough. Not even my modded greenhouse is going to produce very much. You would need a lot to make bank on all of these. So a gnocchi is 42. That is a much different version. That's almost 3x. So oysters. Oyster. $1.80. So $1.80 per liter. Now boards, planks, wood beams, prefab wall. These are sort of, I don't know, flour, rice flour, bread, cake. I doubt there's a market price for cake, but I would like buffalo milk bottle. I don't. butter, cheese. The thing about having these so much more valuable is it's so much more lucrative. When you rebalance the real world values, buffalo milk is not as valuable as they said it. And so the upcraft from that is like even more valuable. So you're guaranteed not to sell the raw material. You're guaranteed that you're going to want to upcraft it. But that's kind of the point. The point is like farmers, right? It's hard to make money. My grandparents lost their farm because they had a couple tough years and they had to auction it all off. They had to sell everything. Because they had a couple of tough years. So farming is very like risky. Yeah, there's a lot in here. Sugar, 50 cents. We have sugar beets, 6 cents. Sugar cane, 2 cents. So 50% or 50-cent sugar, that is a big boon. I'm just curious. Sugar, 35 cents. So this is, again, it's a little higher than it should be. The oils, yeah, these are. I'm thinking I'm just going to leave those alone. I would have liked TMR forage, but it's so far down. Stone, manure. Yeah, see, like, these are so far down that part of me just, I should have, when I started when I started this process, I should have, why is there milk down here? Oh, I should have just copied this file. That would have been smart. Because there's just so much. Cows, mass per liter. I wonder if I have to put my super cows and stuff in here. I made the Berkshire pigs. Berkshire pigs. Good. I do have a super chicken in here. I don't know why there's a fill type though. Why does there have to be a fill type of an animal? I don't get that. Mass per it's like, why do you have a fill type of chicken? I made one of the horses like really good. Over time, it kind of sneaks up on you. If you don't exactly know, then you could find out accidentally. Or you could just look at the file, I guess. But like lime, what is lime? $0.60. Woo, yeah. Oh, that's lime fruit. Um, So let's look at rice saplings 333. This is another one you're able to make in a thing. Round bale, road salt. Where is poplar? Diesel. $1.50 for diesel. I don't think so. What is the 95 cents? Market data for diesel, 95 cents per liter. So that's actually high. Water, chaff. Forage, there it is. Let's see if it knows what TMR is. Total mixed ration. Wow, it does. 8 cents per liter. Whoo! TMR. This is roughly 50% more than it should. But man, trying to figure out how many fill types we are deep in here to get that array, I wish there was a way to do it. Yeah, we're way down that tree right now. Like we're way down that tree. I think we made it to, yeah, it's even up here even more. Goat cheese, butter. How about butter and cheese? Butter, woo, and cheese. 450, 475, 120, 180. Butter and cheese are way more valuable. Rice flour, all the planks and boards and stuff are. Oyster was the last one, which went up in value, actually. I could go down a little ways and get to flour. How do rice flour? Flour is 40 cents. Rice flour is 45 cents. Is that a difference? Is that enough of a difference to change these? I think it might be. Just because, there needs to be incentive to, make bread and cake and stuff like that. And bread, $1.65. Well, if we set flour to 40 cents, that's going to be even more lucrative. So, yeah, you're going to be able to make more from flour because wheat, remember, wheat is like way at the top. So if we go oyster, I'm just kind of putting these in groups. The oyster, like, I don't even know where you get those. I have no idea where those come from. I'm guessing something akin to a greenhouse. Probably is a oyster farm or something in some way, shape, or form. So boards, planks, wood beams, prefab wall. I don't even, Is that even a commodity? I have no idea. All right, and then flour here. And then rice flour here. Bread, cake, milk, butter. Bread, cake, milk bottled. Goat milk bottled, whatever. And then, of course, since we have 2 new types of milk, buffalo milk, and then butter. And finally, cheese. Okay. Uh, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. Butter and cheese I already did. Flour and rice flour, 40 cents, 45 cents. And then butter is $4.50. Cheese is $4.75. Now, that is so vastly different. Like, why is buffalo cheese so much more valuable than like goat cheese? I have no idea how they determine that. But butter and cheese are going to be valuable. Whatever. Now, this could just not work, not load the file. It is certainly possible that it wouldn't load and change and do any of this stuff. I'm hoping that this parent file, like this, actually allows me to edit it. I'm hoping. And I could continue on with more and more and more of these, right? All the chocolate and potato chips, and actually get down somewhere deep into this chain and do like TMR, because the forage is literally what it is, and all the oils and stuff, obviously. Rice oil, like rice oil. Rice doesn't have oil. Grape juice, raisins, like all of this stuff. But the intention here was not to do all of the things, but just a lot of cover all the base farm products, which I think we did. And one little step in butter and cheese, if you wanted to get a little bit more lucrative and buy a dairy and actually produce these, it'll actually make you some money. But yeah. There we go. We have now the Can you explain why butter and cheese are so So I just asked, can you explain why butter and cheese are so valuable? And now it's going through. So remember, it was just giving me the answer because I asked it to. I was like, just give me the answer. But now I went in like, why is this so valuable? And it's actually like, it's actually giving me the values here. Summary. Butter and cheese are valued because they reflect real-world processing premiums, high milk input requirement, and 2025 dairy market trends. Their prices are balanced to be significantly higher than raw milk or crops, but not so high as to unbalance the game economy compared to other premium products like honey and oysters. Because remember, I told it ages ago when I first started this that I'm balancing a map for Farming Simulator 25. So it is like, it remembers that shit, which is the craziest thing. But the fact that, right, churning cream, a milk derivative, takes 20 to 22 liters of milk to produce 1 kilogram of butter, or 1.1 liters. So it is a 20 to 1 ratio. Which means when I go into the dairy and we make butter, you can use this as well to balance the production line and say, you know what? How much actual milk does it make to make butter? How many liters of milk to make a liter of butter? And this will actually calculate it for you. Right? So while butter and cheese were super valuable, 10 liters of milk makes 0.4 liters of cheese. Right? So this is 20. This is also about 20 to 1. Because double this, 20 liters, makes 0.8. And you could round that. There's probably a range there. So you have wholesale cheese prices are $4 to $4.50 to $5 per liter, aligning it with the 475 estimate. So you can see it if we edit the dairy, or if we edit a dairy, or if we I'm going to be editing all the maps dairies. We can go through and say, all right, how many? What are our ratios? Which is why, like, one of the reasons why I added like super cows and stuff, because like they are very, very good. So the butter and cheese, at the very least, will be able to rebalance these. Now, I didn't edit goat cheese or anything like that, which I probably could, because they probably have similar ratios. Let's go up here. Goat cheese, buffalo cheese. So there's cheese, buffalo cheese. Okay. 64, 65, 66. So buffalo cheese. And goat cheese. Okay. Buffalo cheese, goat cheese. Okay, so buffalo cheese, $5.25, and goat is $5. The same sort of thing. So buffalo cheese made from buffalo milk at 80 cents per liter. We already did that, which is costlier than cow milk, due to lower yield, and higher fat content. Requires 10 liters for every 4 liters, which is market price of Buffalo mozzarella in 2025 are $5 to $6 per liter wholesale, which is the 525. It's just like, what's in the middle of that line? Both cheeses are high tier products priced to reward investment in specialized livestock, buffalo and goats, and dairy facilities. So to reflect rare milk sources, but below luxury items like honey, less processing to maintain economic balance. So you can understand, like, when I started using Grok, when I started using this tool to really like nail down balance and ratios, like that was a huge thing. I was like, oh man, I wonder how good this would be, and it has proven to be phenomenal. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Maize 2, meadow weed, beer, corn flour. How about I wonder, since these are set in here, alfalfa. Okay, so let's look at alfalfa hay, which is the dry, clover hay. Okay, so let's go here. Alfalfa, economy, 3 cents. Alfalfa hay, 4 cents. 4 cents. Clover, 3 cents. Little 3. And again, 4 cents. Soybean straw, like I would imagine it's in line with straw. So let's go up here and find straw, which is 2 cents. Corn stalks, 2 cents. Dry corn, which is maize, 2. Dry maize. This is dry corn. This is 14 cents per liter, not 69 cents. Meadow, which is grass, which I think was 2 cents. Yeah, 2 cents, which we should remove since it's redefined down below. Yeah, it's redefined down here, so yeah. Meadow is 2 cents. Meadow wheat is going to be 2 cents. Okay, beer. I have no idea where this comes from. Corn flour. Message limit reached. Oh, man. Sign up for Super Grok. Man. Like, or wait 50 minutes. Damn it, Grok. I thought I had access to like higher values or whatever. $30 a month for Super Gronk. I know my brother has it because he uses the deeper search. He uses the deeper search version of that. $30 a month or $300 a year. Like if you're using it a lot, I would absolutely. I don't have $300 to drop to drop on this by any standard. But yeah. Anyway, I would imagine cornflour is going to be less, but on par with like other flour. Flour is 40 cents, so like I can go in here and just be like corn flour, let's just do like 41 cents. Like whatever. It is what it is. It's not going to be more valuable than wheat flour by anything. Corn oil, all the oils, ethanol, I mean that's pretty lucrative. Pasta, pizza. I don't think pizza is really a commodity that's traded on the open market. I want 25 shares in pizza. Soy milk, I doubt soy milk would be that valuable. Maybe it is. I'm whatever. Whiskey and wine, anhydrous and propane. I don't know what the going rate. Message limit reached. That's just unfortunate. Well, I was able to do quite a lot with what I had. It's a bank every like 2 hours or something. But you'd think that it would be good to go. But yeah, that tool, by the way, I've used it so much now. I used it to help me edit Project Zomboid files, and oh man, it's so good. So good. Okay, this is, I think, as good as we're going to get it. I'm really going to be curious to see if this actually works. Untested, untried way of editing these. I'm breaking new ground because I've literally never seen a map try to do this. So, we're gonna be trying. We're gonna be trying. So, what's next? Okay, what's next is the things that are placed on the map. The way that this works is it's kind of hokey dokey, because if you open the i3D of a map, and if we look at Map US, this i3D here, so this i3D is the map and it's a lot of information. But when you have stuff that's placed on the map, sell points, barns, various buildings and things, they're not placed in the i3D. They are placed basically when you create a save with the map. So the way that these are placed is essentially like placeables. Okay? So if we look at placeables, you can see this file, right? This file is defining like what the ID is pre-placed, and it is bought with farmland overwrite. So there's things in here, but you can see placeable, unique ID, and then a position and rotation. So if we loaded that i3D up, these would not be shown. These would not be on there. So what you have to do when you edit a map is you have to place these things on the map with the placeables. You have to place these on the map, and then you have to figure out the position and rotation of those things. And then put those in here and then remove them off the map. And then the game will place them automatically. And you can obviously edit if they're included with farm and blah 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 blah. So but I think you have to like every map you need a vehicle sell place, and I think you need an animal dealer. Everything else is kind of up for grabs, and depending on how you want it. But what I want to do, I don't need to edit any of the place. I don't need to edit any of this data at all. These are all going to be placed. It's all going to be good. This is what adds to the map details and all of the little things. You have all the water. It's just crazy. Water towers. You can actually buy water, right? Unique ID. You can actually buy the water at those water towers. And then production points. You can see here's the sawmills and stuff. Sawmill, tailor, carpenter, but they're in data, placeables, map US. So you can see these are actually not I thought these are custom images. Pre-placed Montana Dairy. There it is. Map during placeables, production points. Okay. See, this is a problem because this is a base game dairy. This is not an edited dairy. Which means it's going to be a lot harder for me to edit the productions and stuff. So what I think I'm going to have to do, so the wine cellar, whiskey plant. So there's a bunch of productions on here. We'll just have to hope that a lot of these have, well, since they're base game, they're probably not going to have really, really high production values because, yeah, the base game usually it's pretty slow production. Animal husbandry, placeable, cow barn. Yeah, here's all the barns and such. And you can see the positions and rotations. Constructibles. Greenhouses, tarp. There's a lot of stuff. Like here's the fences. Oh, so many fences. Huge amount of fences. So placeables in this. Buy anhydrous. Buy. Production points. This is why I like placeables, production points. I would be able to edit these. Bakery. But as far as the file goes, I didn't see. This is why I thought I could edit it. Placeable. Well, there it is. Okay. I guess my brain saw the $sign there, and I just skipped it. But yeah, these are all custom versions of all of these. So I could go in here, placeables, fermenting silo, large and small, gas station, selling point. Fermenting silo, my water. All right, let's see if we can't. I've already got a fermenting silo mod, but let's see what this looks like. Fermenting silo. Production point. Productions. Yeah, see, cycles per hour, costs. Alfalfa, clover. So, soybean straw. It's weird that this is weird. You can put soybean and straw and corn stalks in here, as well as straw and chaff. Well, straw. But these three are not even used in here. At all. You can do grass, alfalfa, so if you buy, you can sell the stuff at it, right? You can sell it, but if you buy this production, then like you can't do anything with it. There's no productions that actually do it. Because you have forage, like I don't know why these like forage and forage. I don't know why these exist in here because there's literally no reason for it. It seems like a major like oversight. So what I would do in this case, because these are custom values, because I've already got the fermenting silo mod edited and customized, what I can do is go into here, fermenting silo wood, right? This is a customized version. I'm going to put this in this file because I like having two different files. And then we have all of the productions in here, right? And what I can do is I can add more. I can add on to this. So let's just copy all of these productions. Okay, we're going to copy all of these, and we're going to add them in here. Okay, now this is essentially my edited silo with all of the original stuff in here. So we have grass, grass to silage, dry grass to silage. So this is hay. And these fill types, these are all base game fill types, so I don't have to edit any of those. Grass silage digestate, dry grass silage. So what I can do is I can take these TMR These don't need to change. All of the silage, forage, these are good. Forage mixing, we don't need this. You don't need forage mixing. Forage is fine. You don't need. That's like forage that's not done yet. Okay, so here we want to introduce silo grass. This is already done. We already have this. Grass to silage. That is like the first thing that's in here. Grass, windrow to silage. Okay, so this one we don't need. This one we do. And this one we do. Corn silage, I think we have this one already as well. Chaff. Yep, chaff. Chaff, silage, digestate. I don't know if we have just chaff to silage. I don't. Oh, there it is. Chaff to silage. Okay. So we don't need that last one either. This one is already done. But these two, we can't. So we're going to go up here. So grass, dry grass, chaff, straw. And then these are all just regular silages. So we can put these in here. Silage, alfalfa, and silage clover. Now, do we want to include a digestate version of this? Probably. So then you just add one here. This is going to be ALF, ALFA. Alfalfa silage digestate. So we're going to copy that and paste that. So alfalfa fill type. Let's just do that. I mean, that's pretty much all you need to do. We need to make sure that there's two different variables in here. There's this one and then this one. So, and then the clover we'll put underneath this one. This will be clover. Clover windrow. And then clover here. We want to take that and put it there. Clover silage digestate. So you can see my cycles per hour 150 and then cost per hour. So it produces faster, but it's way more expensive to run. So you want to just make sure you're only enabling the ones that you want. So these two ingredients, the alfalfa and the clover, all get remade into silage. Like it just works, and then the TMR doesn't change. You're just using the silage. But the dry grass windrow, why don't we add a little dry grass, not silage. Where is the... Where's the hay drying? Somewhere in here. There it is. So we go up to alfalfa. Hay drying. These IDs, these have to be unique. Name. We can do %S here. And then I'm hoping that fill type alfalfa is the thing. Is there a language translations? Fill type alfalfa. There it is. Yep. Fill type alfalfa. So that is a thing. This hay drying, if we look at the mod description, if you don't have a lang file, it's usually in the mod description. Yeah. To be able to convert alfalfa or clover into dry grass, basically hay, right? Because I'm not 100% sure if we look at the fill types. Maps, config, fill types. The converter here, Tedder, converts alfalfa into dry alfalfa, right? So if I wanted to, I can make alfalfa turn into dry grass windrow, and it would just convert that into hay, right? It would just convert, and then you can edit the factors. This is like a multiple, so it's 1-to-1, right? I could set this to 2, and then alfalfa windrow would turn into 2 dry alfalfa. A little bit cheaty, but it is possible to do that. As well as sugar beet cut, you can do that. I tend to do this a little bit. I tend to add a little bit because think about it. This is being done in liters, and you have full sugar beets, and then you cut them into little bits. Do you think they would take up more space, cut up in little bits, more or less space? But anyway, so you can see like wheat cut, barley cut, oat cut, canola cut. You can chaff those by picking up a header of grass, or pick up a header of grain, can turn those into. Now, I don't know why you would do the swath, why you would add another step, because you don't get anything out of it. For some, like, my instinct tells me, like, what is the point of swathing? Like, you go through and you swath all your grain, and then you have to go through again to pick it up. Why not just cut it, and why not have a combine go by? Like, why the extra step? There's no benefit to it. You don't get anything out of it, right? The factor is still 1-to-1. So why would you do that? I don't know. I thought the reason to swath stuff is you get like a little, you get 10% more or something like that. That's why I thought you would swath it. But after looking in the files, that's not the case. You don't get a benefit of that for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. So we want to edit let's go back up to alfalfa drying. This hay drying, we need this key. And I closed the file like an idiot. Oh no, I opened it in this one. So hay drying is the key that we want to add to productions. Maybe, possibly hay drying. Text name text equals I didn't even know that the syntax could be like this. Hay drying. Yeah, I didn't even know the syntax could be this. This is cool. Text, name, and text, hay drying. So that is just alfalfa, hay drying, good to go. To get us the dry grass, because the dry grass is what's needed for the TMR. Okay, so that's why I'm doing this. So we're gonna copy this, go down here, alfalfa to silage, clover. Yep. Well, I'm just trying to put these in the same order. So this one here, clover, fill type, clover, hay drying. And then we want clover windrow like that. Okay, so this now is spicy. As you can see, I basically like rebalanced the cost per hour, so they're way higher. You can't just throw a bunch of stuff in here because I think the person who made this mod, like it was like super cheap. All of these were set to be like 0.1 or something like that. It was just like it was too easy. Because yeah, you make TMR with this, you can sell 1 million TMR coming out of this setup because you make a lot of it, right? With mineral feed, you make a huge amount. And so now we have grass, we have dry grass, we have alfalfa, we have clover, dry alfalfa, dry clover. Okay. So I think I might need. Okay, soybean straw, corn stalks. Good lord. I need water in here too. And what is the capacity? These are all 1 million. We might need to bump that up. Water. Exact fill root node. Water. Loading station. Forage mixing, we're taking that out. Loading station This is when you go to load. Not loading the silo, but loading a vehicle. The selling station is where you go to drop off, right? Unload is the selling station. Load is the loading station. So, fill liters per second, that's 5K. That's okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. We don't need to load water here. I do not need forage mixing. That's not a fill type we can do here. This is grabbing all the things: grass, alfalfa, clover, dry grass, blah blah blah, dry clover, soybean, stalks, straw, chaff, silage. So what do we do with the soybean, like the alternate straw? These are two different straw types. Yeah, these are pickup header. I could make a person TED the straw to make it into straw, because having two extra types of straw is just annoying. Yeah, it's just annoying. Plus, I want to bump up all of these. Oop. So, we could do a simple conversion. Stocks straw, soybean, soy straw, and then fill type soybean straw, stocks, corn straw. So again, we want %S, %S. This is going to be corn straw to fill type straw. Oh, I forgot the language things in here. This is like a base game one, so I'm hoping that it detects that. But stock straw is going to be like fill type corn straw to fill type straw, right? This is, the name is what you actually see. So %S. That's just the parameters. And so it'll be corn straw to straw. And I think in the menu it actually tries to pull the icon of those. So what we can do with it is we grab corn stalks, right, to straw. And then soy straw is soybean straw. Okay. And then we take soybean straw, and then we tack on that, and we tack on another %S. So these are just 1-to-1, but it's going to cost. We could lower the cost a little bit just because there's literally, it's just converting one into another. That's all it's doing. It's taking corn stalks and turning it into straw. However that would happen. Maybe you shred it, fluff it up a little bit, and then just pack it in. I don't know. Whatever, however you do it. This would convert either of those, because I don't want to add a bunch of TMR. Like, adding a bunch of these would be like, why? We've already got all of these set. All we need is different types of hay, silage, straw, and mineral feed. So mineral feed, that is what it is. Straw, we're already making straw. Silage and dry grass windrow, and we have those converters up here converting clover and alfalfa. And all those are doing, again, we could probably well, no. Let's half these costs. Clover drying. Because it's just taking clover, however you get it, bales, you can bale it, like whatever, and then just converting it into hay. Hay is a generic term. It's just hay. Why he didn't do this, what I would have done, what I'm very tempted to do, right, is alfalfa windrow, I would have made it dry grass windrow at a factor of like 1.2. Because that would have been like, hey, you can increase your hay by growing alfalfa and then tedding it in the field, is how you get it. It basically forces you to ted it. Otherwise, the silo is basically, it just does it for you. So that's how I would have handled that. I would have just taken alfalfa windrow and made dry grass windrow, and I would have made clover windrow into dry grass windrow at different factors. Because literally looking at this, there's really no reason to grow these. Right? Your mass per liter, where is open fruit types? Alfalfa and clover. So the only reason that I can think of that you would grow alfalfa or clover, then let's see if he did it. Alfalfa. Harvest 4.87 liters per square meter. Okay. Now, is grass in here? Grass is in here. I might have added it, but grass is 4.37 liters per square meter. So there is a minuscule, a 0.5 liters per square meter bonus to alfalfa. 0.5 liters per square meter. That would make a pretty, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, not a huge difference. 4.87, right, versus 4.37. So let's say you harvest 1,000 liters or 1,000 meters, whatever that might be in acres. I don't know. I don't even know. Liters per square meter. So you harvest 1,000 square meters. Well, that decimal point is going to hop 3 times. Okay, hop 3 times. So that is 4,000, right? 4,370 liters in 1,000 square meters. 4,300 versus 4,800. 500 liters per 1,000 meters. Like, that's not That's not a huge amount. Clover is probably, I'm guessing, very, very close to that. 4.87. So clover and alfalfa are exactly the same. Like, I don't know what the good solution is there. What I would do is I would look up using Grok, like, what is the average harvest per square meter of grass versus alfalfa. I wish this gave me a timer. It says or wait 50 minutes. It still says or wait 50 minutes. So I'm not I'm not really sure. I wish it counted down to tell me if 50 minutes is by or not. But anyway, the value here is rebalanced nicely, but yeah, we're gonna want. There's really, again, there's no reason other than a tiny. It's 0.5 of 4.8. So, like what? Less than an eighth? 4.8 divided by 0.5. No, 0.5 divided by 0.104. So it's like yeah, it's like 1%. A little less. No, 10%. About 10% of a difference. 0.5 among 4.8. Yeah. Times it by 10 would be 5. So you're getting close to 5. So yeah. Less than 10%. I mean 10% is 10%, but yeah, whatever. So this is clover to drying. I guess if we look at hay drying, dry grass windrow, I mean that would be a better version of that to do. But we have hay drying already, so might as well. Might as well keep it because it's already done. So this should massively edit the silo that's the map uses automatically, right? So placeables. We are editing somewhere in here is the fermenting silo large. Now the small, I think I'm going to just leave this one alone. Just because it doesn't do nearly as much. It's a good sell point, but I would not buy it. So to get a minimum amount of stuff, you can do that. But anyway, gas station, corn dryer, complex F1. I don't even know. Look at all these selling station product. Wow, look at them all. So corn dryer. Let's look at the production points. Maize, propane, maize 2. So, yeah, I mean, if you look at this, Cycles per hour. So this represents a cycle. 500 to 425. Which makes sense. You're drying it so it will shrink. You're losing that moisture. Cycles per hour is 30. So you take 500 times 30. That's how much corn it would process in a single in-game hour. That's pretty high. But that is roughly what? 1,500? No. 15,000. 15,000 corn per hour. So per day, I mean, even at a 10-hour ship, you're looking at 150,000. Is that enough? This is a 4X map. This is going to be huge. Our corn harvests are going to be enormous, or our harvests in general. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do that. This was 30, right? So we multiplied this by 5. This we need to at least multiply by 5. But I would like to multiply or add a little bit more of a margin on it. So this kind of simulates having, at least like 3 or 4 employees, part-time. They're not going to be there 24/7, so you got to lower the amount. So that's kind of how I've been balancing this, is I'm just like, an 8-hour shift with a couple employees with, downtime between, non-working. Propane we're using at a 10% fraction. So these are set to 1 million. So I want 5 million and 5 million. Selling station, loading station, I want 5,000. I mean, if this thing is full, it's 5 million, and we're loading 5,000. That is, 1,000 seconds? Right? To unload that? What's 1,000 seconds? Divided by 60. 16 minutes. Almost 17 minutes. To unload that, I think we need to bump that up a little bit. Propane we're not touching because it's used at a 10%. We don't need huge amounts. Everything else I think is good. Okay. All of the other things are good. The only other thing that I'm concerned with, and we'll look at the production points in a second. In order to sell material, like products, I have my trailer that I'm still trying to figure out what's the best way to approach that. The only thing you need to make sure of in order to use it is you have an unload trigger that can unload the same things, right, as a pallet trigger. As long as you have an unload trigger that has the same thing as a pallet trigger, the trailer will work. It just won't. The pallet trigger will only trigger on a pallet. Only. And there's no way around that. So the unload trigger is important. And it looks like they did indeed do that with hopefully all of their triggers. You have an unload trigger again. Unload trigger. Unload trigger. So the unload trigger is a generic like fill type or fill trigger. And so it looks good. They really selling products, food. So this is a different. So you can see liters for full price drop. This is still part of the game. Some people were questioning it, but yes, there is a there is an upper limit to how much they'll pay before they drop their price. So, yeah, having all fill triggers in here is really, really nice. Only one that we want to really make sure is doing that same thing is a sawmill. So that one's good too. So we can probably close the fermenting silo here. This is going to be a very busy thing here. Mineral feed that I need to add. I just realized I don't have anything like that in. And we don't need nearly as much of this because it's used at a much less of a rate. So 400,000. Keep that running. So the selling station, unload trigger. We do need mineral feed in here. Look at the price scale. Like, that is 20% of what it should be. That's rough. Yeah. Don't sell stuff. Definitely don't sell stuff here. Definitely buy this thing first. That is what that is making sure of. Don't try to sell anything here. The loading trigger, just want to make sure we're not forgetting anything else. Because I really don't want to start up a map on this. Or a save and have this not work. So we want to do one of these as well. Price scale of mineral feed. Like that. Sports Great Man Falls. Just no. We don't want to support great demand. That's when you get the little thing up there like, ooh, great demand on this such and such a place. Okay, so let's look at production points. I think, pretty sure, we might need to edit all of the barns and the pigs and the stuff because I added a couple more animal types, and I don't know. Do these have the animal types they support in here, or is that? I can do all this off camera. I'm just showing like the process. And it just takes a while. It's just a lengthy process. Cow husbandry, barn milk. So I don't know what. No, type cow. That's a hot spot. Animals, cow, husbandry. I don't know. Animal. There it is. Type cow. Food capacity. Ooh, 500,000. That's pretty good amount of food. 500. This must be a massive big style. Yeah, this must be a massive cow barn. 500 cattle. 500,000 food. That's pretty damn good. Straw, soybean straw, yeah. There's a fill type conversion, so it converts. I wonder if this can be used anywhere. Anyway, because I might have been able to do this with the silo. Of course, the one I was just editing loading station. Where it is? There it is. Fill types. Where is fill types? It's a different, yeah. Unload trigger, bail trigger. So it would be in here. It would be part of the trigger. So unload trigger, it would be part of this if I were to do that. Then I could get rid of the simple conversion. I don't know. Should I do? Should I do that? I'm tempted to do that. Bail trigger and unload trigger. Both of them have it. Because you can do the grass too. I could do alfalfa windrow. I could do all the things and just convert it automatically. But I'll leave it alone. Get a feel for it. See how it is. So animals cow. Animals type cow. I don't know. Go all the way to the top. Oh, goodness. Oh, there it is. Animal type cow. Okay. So that makes sense. So one of the things I did is added a new animal type. A lot of these. So this is a super cow. Okay. Super cow baby, super cow calf, super cow teen, super cow adult. And what I did is I scaled. For one, they're really expensive, right? A baby is $100,000 each. If you want a mating adult, if you want an adult that will reproduce, it's going to be $5 million. To sell them, they're not even close to that, right? So they do not exist to make money off of by buying and selling them. They exist. Plus, they're really expensive to transport if you want to buy the transport. They exist to give you gubbins, right? So each cow, fully grown, 18 months, is 2,000 liters of milk a day. Every day. Each. 2,000 liters of manure every day. 400 liters of liquid manure every day. And by day, it's literally like a month in the game. So across the board, it's like you don't need 10,000 head of cattle. And the same is true with chickens. Okay, we have a super chicken. Well, these babies are expensive. 100 grand a piece, right? Sell price is nothing. Like you're not going to make that money back. So you're going to need to keep it a while, and you're going to need to feed them a lot, right? They're going to consume a lot of food, a lot of food. So this is like epic mega farm levels of production to keep a single barn of these going. Let's say you have 500 chickens. Well, 500 times 1,200, that's a lot of feed every day. You're going to need a lot of food for this. But you're going to get, for each chicken, right, that's a year old or more, each chicken, you're going to get 2 pallets of eggs a day for each chicken. So 500 chickens, that's 1,000 pallets a day of eggs. So, it is what it is. You're going to need a way of distributing these and moving these really, really fast. But again, you're going to be needing a lot of food. Otherwise, they're not going to, if you run out of food, they don't produce eggs. This is literally like all the game does is take your input, converts it into output. Do you have enough food, right, to produce eggs? That's the transaction here. Do you have enough food to produce eggs? And the same is true with cows. It's just a simple conversion. The game checks to see if you have it. So cows, right? Cows convert straw into manure, water into liquid manure, and food into milk. That's kind of that's just how they convert things. If you run out of like straw, you're not going to get any manure out. Right? If they run out of water, they're not going to get any liquid manure out. But it's also going to hurt their health, which they have. There's a flag in there for needing so much health. So reproduction factor, you have health factors in here. So I don't think they'll die. But I could be wrong about that. It's hard to know because all the animal-based stuff is really locked behind files that I can't open. So I don't know if they do. But here we have the cow barn. Milk, buffalo milk, liquid manure. I'll do all the barns and stuff later. That's going to be a huge amount of work. But like buying propane price scale, why is this 40 cents on the dollar? Why? Why is it that? Like, why set a value? Buying water should be free. I mean, I can just back into a thing. So yeah, like buying station, seeds, fertilizer, blah blah blah. Why are these so cheap? Let's give us like 90% is the absolute lowest I will go. It's a little bit better than it's a little bit better than my fill stations, but still not so good that you can then sell it back to the fill station for a profit. You're not going to be able to do that. And then this is atrociously bad. Let's do 5,000 there. Okay. Seeds, fertilizer, lime, mineral feed, forage, pig food. Forage and pig food. That's TMR. Lime, fertilizer, seeds. Fertilizer is solid fertilizer. Okay. Bulk feed. Okay. Herbicide. Again, 90. Okay. And hydrous. Ooh, fertilizer. Oh, let's go. Open recent. Herbicide. Do 5,000. Anhydrous. 5,000. Liquid fertilizer. Can't sell it here. There's no selling trigger at all. So you can only buy it. Water, price scale, for some reason, price scale is good. 150 liters per second. Dear God. That would take years to sit and fill up. Like 0.25. I don't. It's water. We got to pay for the electricity for the pumps to give us water, but whatever. Okay, so that is good. Gas station. I'm gonna guess these. We want to make sure we're not getting price scale here. Fill liters per second. I'm gonna bump that up to 50. 50. Just in case we have to come by and fill stuff up, it's not going to take 200 years to fill up anything. So these here should be good to go as far as triggers, fill type categories. Yeah, as long as you have unload triggers. And then you have pallet and bale, but unload triggers are the important part. Oh, this is the corn dryer. Okay, we already edited this, and we just want to make sure. Selling trigger. We have an unload trigger here. Excellent. Maize 2, and propane. And we want price sale. So if we sell corn here, we're only going to get 20% of how much it's worth, which is, I don't know why they did it. Why did he do it this way? Is this to literally like force you to buy the facility? Is that why he did this? I don't understand. Okay, look at this one. Load trigger, unloading, unload trigger. Yep. Okay. Okay. Now, down here. So, yeah, these. I already looked at all of those. Sell point grain, I'm just gonna assume these are well formed and good. We have an unload trigger, excellent. We still have the. It's always nice when they have regular unload triggers and bale triggers and pallet triggers, like very, very nice. Selling station field fruits. Okay. Not sure what the weigh station. Let's look at the productions. Bakery first. So production points. Flour is basically a 2-to-1 flour to bread. 2 flour for every bread. Again, $2.50 per hour. Like, I would like, we're going to bump this to 75. And we're going to bump this to 40. You know, this is going to be several employees working shifts. Okay. Rice flour is a little bit better. So let's do, again, I want to kind of standardize this a little bit. Keep everything the same. That way the benefit is a little bit, you know, more pronounced. Pasta, flour, eggs, and butter. We can make a lot of that. I'm just picturing like giant like mixers and like big Hobart mixers and stuff like that. And then this will be a little bit more expensive. Flour, eggs, and butter. We have a total of 28 and 12. That's 40. That's 108 liters going in. I'd like a little bit. That's going to be a little bit less of a 50% less than that. So 108 going in, 45 coming out. I think that's okay. I don't like a lot of loss in terms of volume, right? Because it's like, that's a huge loss in volume. Cake, again, cake is a very lucrative thing. It's worth a lot. So we're going to do maybe 60, but it's going to be expensive to run because you need a lot of specialty folks. So we're going to do like 80 an hour because you need people making the cake, mixing the cake, baking the cake, decorating the cake, frosting the cake, all of that kind of stuff. So this is 8 times 6. 6 times 8 is 48. And out comes 21. I don't like that at all. 6 times 8 is 48. So let's do like 35. 35. So you have 48 liters going in. And then 35 coming out. I think that's a good ratio for cake. Because you don't have a lot of loss. There's not a lot of loss here. Let's just make it 38 instead of 40 or 35. 48 in, 38 out. So, because I don't, you know, if you really wanted to get technical, a baked cake actually takes up more room than raw dough. Right? Because it rises. So when you're comparing liters, if you're comparing liter to liter, if you're looking at liters in to liters out, cake would actually take up more space than the raw ingredients going in. Right? So we would do like 56 instead. I kind of convinced myself to do that just because we bumped up the costs, all of that. And yeah, it would take up more space. Pasta, not so much, right? Pasta is usually like uncooked and there's not really any leavening, any yeast in there. So you don't have pasta like fluffing up. Pasta is just pasta. So, cake rice flour. Again, we're going to do 60, 80. Rice flour, you use a little bit less, so we have to output the same amount. And the benefit here is you use a little bit less flour. Is there actually rice flour cakes? I don't even know. Okay. So, as far as the storage here, we want to bump all of these up I like to have enough where if you go to like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon and then you sleep till the next day, that there's enough capacity in there for plenty of production. Why are there strawberries in here? Oh, they're right here. They're part of the cake, of course. So that is a reason to have the greenhouses. Okay, so unload trigger. We need this. This is important. If I wanted to use my trailer for this, this is important. I need all of these to also be in the unload trigger. Okay? The unload trigger is what the trailer, the enclosed pallet moving trailer looks at, because it converts the pallets into a fill type inside the trailer. So I need to be able to unload the fill types. The pallet trigger is fine, right? It can unload pallets, no problem. It's the unload trigger that's important. We need that to be a thing. Everything else should be good. And then pallet spawner, I don't know if I want to edit those at all, but what I would do is park a trailer, because I've increased these. I'm still haven't addressed the bug with the trailer where it duplicates. I don't know what to do with that, but so beer plant is the next one. And I'm gonna get faster and faster at these. So I'm just kind of go through and be like, all right, what do we feel like here? Barley and water is beer. Let's do. We can do a lot. We can do huge batches of this. With not a lot of people. I've seen documentaries, so we this is a really odd amount of barley. Water 600,000 is fine. You're and then beer, obviously we want a lot of storage on that. Okay. Dairy. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Remember when we were doing all the fill types, the dairy, it was a 20-to-1 ratio. 20-to-1. So we can make this work. So soy milk, soybean, and water. Gross. 150 is about the highest my cycles per hour go. And then we want to do like 30. It's going to take a couple of employees, and I don't care about the ratio here. This one though, is going to be 200 to 10. Remember, it's 20-to-1. 20-to-1 ratio on milk across the board. Pretty much down the line. It's 20-to-1 ratio. I might make the buffalo milk a little bit better than that, because it did describe it as higher in fat, and that's literally what this is doing. The cheese and the butter are using the fat. So let's standardize 150 cycles per hour, 2.2. It's the same process. I don't know why there's such a disparity here. The same employees can do the same. It's the same process. So again, goat milk is going to be 200 to 10. Well, this will be 15, right? Because I'm sure there's probably a decent amount of milk fat in that. And then buffalo, again, we're going to do 200, but we're going to double the output. So it's 10 to 1 instead of 20 to 1. And then we can add a little bump here because this, of course, is lucrative. And then we're going to do the same thing down here. We're going to standardize the cycles. $1 an hour to run cheese. That is pretty lucrative. Buffalo cheese is worth a lot. So we're gonna do this. So 200 to 10, 200 to 15, 200 to 20. This is more in line with how this thing works. So chocolate here. 40. 1, 1, and 1. Jesus. That is a crazy 1, 1 to 1, and it was 105. So it was 105 a day. It would take 10 days to get a pallet, or 10 hours. 10 hours to get a single pallet of chocolate. Jesus. Why? That's nuts. This is going to be milk bottled. I don't think this, I mean, you're just pouring milk in a bottle. Like, how is this? How is the, okay, milk to milk bottle? Well, I suppose the bottles themselves take up space, so okay, let's leave that alone. Now, milk. Yeah, we're gonna go nutso with the storage, just because we massively changed the ratios here. Water? I don't even know where water. Where is water in this process? Oh, soy milk. Ugh. Okay, unload trigger. Milk, goat milk, buffalo milk, soybean water. Okay. Pallet spawner, that's fine. Okay, dairy is done. Ethanol plant. What does this make? Dry corn, sorghum, propane, and corn. So you need dry corn and corn, propane and sorghum. Ethanol. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Like, where does ethanol come from? And how much is it worth? I have no idea. 90,000, since this is what this thing makes. Propane 3, basically 4 to 1. That's fine. Flour mill. These are always oh my god. I would love to know what they based these production values on. So wheat. This is 20%. So if we do 100 to 80, it's the same ratio. This, I'm just going to do the same thing. 100, 80, 100, 80. Oats, looks like it's 1-to-1. Sorghum is a tiny amount difference, like 95. Long grain rice, again, 100, 95. And then rice is actually somehow 9 to 15 was 3 to 5, which is a 40% bonus. For some reason, how you go from 100 liters of rice to 140 liters of rice flour, I don't know. Magic. So cost per hour. How many employees would it take to run a line like this? Probably like 2. You know, you gotta have somebody on the floor. Most of it would be automated by this point. Sorghum, long grain rice is a little bit more lucrative, and then rice flour. Well, that's going to be. We're getting a 40% bonus here. We got to offset that a little bit by the amount. And why 1.26 million? Like why? Wheat. Can we standardize this, please? 2 0 2 0 2 0. And why 508,000? Why do that? Why not standardize all of the things? Output. Like, why the weird random numbers in the storage? I don't know what possesses a person to do that. Okay, so unload triggers: wheat, barley, maize, oats, sorghum, rice, long grain, and rice. I'm tempted to add a dried maize here. I'm tempted, right? Because if we're drying it, wouldn't you have a better ratio? Wouldn't it be basically 1-to-1 if you dry it? Maybe. I won't, but I'm tempted. Oil plant. Ooh, whoa. I'm guessing canola oils and stuff. All of the unhealthiness. Okay. So yeah, sunflower, canola, corn, olive, rice oil somehow. Again, with the weird random numbers, we're going to standardize those for sure. We're going to do a standard. Believe it or not, cycles per hour, you can use, there's a tag that's cycles per minute. And then you can do cost per active minute. You can literally bring this down to an in-game minute, which would be nuts if you did like 150 per minute. Oh, Jesus, that would be nuts. Okay, so sunflower is basically 2 to 1. I think that's fine. Canola, again, 2 to 1. Well, I think canola should be like better, because canola is like cheap garbage. Corn, olive. I think olive oil we're going to do a little bit better. Long grain rice, we can do that. And then rice, that's fine. So again, we want to simulate maybe a couple employees. Couple employees on a shift or two. Because you got to also consider, like, when they go home for the day, you're not paying employees that. So it's not $20 an hour 24/7. It's it's maybe like $10 an hour, $12 an hour for 8 hours. And then the rest is zero. So it brings down the average. But yeah, the corn oil, I didn't think, I think corn had oil, but whatever. And then yeah, these shenanigans. And the output. Jeez. I just standardize everything because I don't know why they don't do it, but whatever. Standardize it all. Pizza place. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I need to look at one last thing. I forgot to glance at it. Unload trigger, yes. Good. Pizza place. Flour, cheese, tomato, chili, garlic. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. We have 8, 10, 22 in, 10 out. Premium pizza. Got mushrooms on it. Ugh. Flour, cheese, tomato, chili, garlic, and gnocchi. That's mushrooms. Isn't there? Okay, so green peppers aren't a thing, but spring onions are. I'd rather have spring onions here. Not mushrooms. I don't like mushrooms. I don't like them. Spring onion. Again, we want the unload trigger to have all of the same things. As the palette trigger. Flour, cheese, tomato, chili, garlic, spring onion. Okay. We're going to ramp up the cycles per hour, as well as this is going to be kind of a labor intensive process, so we're going to do like 30. And again, we have 22 in, because this is 10, This is 10. This is 22. And then 10, 10. Another, no, 22, 24. So let's bump up the premium to like 18. It's not gonna output a lot, but it's gonna output maybe enough to pay for itself. I don't know. Flour, 1 million. I mean, cheese. Now you don't have to fill these up. It's just you have enough, to move. That's the important thing. And hopefully I can get that damn trailer working and not like misbehaving. Okay. And this is good. Garlic. And then the palette is good to go here. Pizza place. Okay. And then I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. Let's finish her up. Spinnery. This is going to be an important one. Wine cellar is whiskey plant. All right. Last three. And then we'll end the stream. So, wine cellar, again, production raisins, and then grape juice, and then wine. Okay, so I'm pretty sure raisins. I'm pretty sure a raisin is more than or is less than half the size of a grape. So cost per hour here, if you're going to dehydrate a bunch of grapes, you're going to need quite a lot of energy. So we're going to do 20. But we're going to bump this up to 20 makes. Let's go 30 makes 12. No, 50. No. Yeah. I think raisins are less than half the size in terms of volume as grapes. I mean, raisins are tiny. Grape juice, however, you lose a little bit. I think it's more. I think it's better than half though. So again, we're going to do 150, and then we're going to have 25. And I think we're going to add water to here. So grapes, let's do 25. 10 water is going to be 25, right? The water, because the grapes, you're gonna lose the skins and the pulp and stuff that's inside. Let's do 30, right? Let's do 30. I think five total volume loss is about as much as I would want there. And then wine, grape, again, grape, water. But I think I want, instead of grapes, I think I want grape juice. Right? We're already going to lose a little bit of that. Grape juice minus water, where it's basically fermenting. It's fermenting grape juice. It's basically what wine is, right? So this will be a little bit slower and a little bit cheaper, just because you don't need as much. And then wine, there is a little bit of a loss. I don't think it's a lot. They call it the angel's share, but it's almost a direct conversion. So I think what I'm going to do is do 20 to 19. That way it's a little bit of a loss, but I think a barrel, when they actually make it, you might lose like 1 to 2% of the volume, that's what they call the angel share when they make whiskey, at least. So wine, I'm going to, have that same thing. Grapes, water, well, yeah, 500,000. I think that's plenty of water. I don't want to get too crazy with the water, because if we have automatic distribution of water, it will fill up one and then go to the next, and fill up that one and go to the next, and fill up that one. So it's like, it can take a while. Raisins, I'm just going to make these 500,000 storage. That's 500 pallets. That's a lot. That's a lot to do in one shot. Grapes and water are basically all that's unloaded here, and there's already an unload trigger, and that's good to go. Wine's done. Whiskey, same sort of thing. We have a standard of that. Let's do a little bit of a bonus there. We have 12, and that is going to be 9. That's going to be 21. That is going to be 33 in. We have corn, dry corn, barley, and water. 33 in is, we want 26 out. There's going to be a lot. There's going to be some loss, because you malt the barley, and you don't, you malt the barley, you include it in the fermentation process as a mash, but then you filter the mash and you pull out the solids. So you're going to lose that volume, but there's a lot of liquids you're including in there. The regular corn and barley are going to have their own amount of moisture. Obviously, this one is going to be dried. Maize 2 is dry corn, so there's that. So we're going to get a little bit more whiskey, but again, it's more expensive. So I don't really up the output unless I up the cost. So you have to sort of address that. Again, water we're going to keep, and we're going to standardize that at 500K. Even though you use quite a bit of it in the process, water is pretty easy to move around. All of the raw materials go in, and then we have output whiskey. 500 pallets. Okay, so the unload trigger here, maize 2, barley, and water. And then the whiskey goes out. Good. Now, this, again, remember, we have a cotton version of the trailer that likes to drop, you want to drop off cotton as a fill type. So we need to make sure that we account for that. All right, so wool to fabric, cotton to fabric. Wool to fabric, again, we're going to standardize cycles. Wool to fabric, I think we're going to do 50, and then cotton to fabric, this has been mostly massively mechanized, so that'll be a little bit cheaper to run. And then we want like 6 to 2. That is 30%. That's a 66% loss. So if we do 30, this makes 10. This is again a huge loss. So cotton to fabric, but again, this has all been mechanized, so I think this would be 60 to 20. I think this would be faster. The cotton to fabric, I think, has been heavily mechanized over the years. So 500,000 cotton, big storage of cotton, and then 500,000. All right. So pallet trigger, bale trigger. This is a problem. We don't have an unload trigger. I was worried about this. Man, I was worried about this. This is a problem. There's no unload trigger here. Right? There's no unload trigger. And we can't just slap one in there. Right? We can't just put a line in there because the trigger nodes are like very specific on what they do. And we'll get into that. This is one of the reasons I did this one last, because I kind of suspected that we were going to have to do this. So the way that this is right now, it would not work with my cotton trailer. It just wouldn't. So if we open a recent version, like the whiskey plant here, what we need is an unload trigger. Right? This is what we need. But we need the fill node. We need this stuff here, right? So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to slap it over here. This needs to be unload trigger like that, right? In order for my trailer to work, I need this unload trigger. I need this to work. But this does not have a regular old unload trigger. So we need to track down, first of all, the I3D of this production point right here. There's the I3D. But we also need this one. So here's really the fastest way to do this. Instead of like shenanigans, you're going to need the Giants editor. And we're going to need the actual production points. So we have the whiskey plant, which is where that trigger is that we want. So the first thing we want to do is load the whiskey plant in. Right? And we want to go to the selling unload trigger. Okay? There's the unload trigger. Now, I don't know why I'm not seeing anything being rendered. I honestly don't know. I have no idea. But there's your unload trigger. And this is the important thing. This is what I'm talking about. Right? The preset, exact fill root node, the collision filter, this is going to collide with a fillable, right? Or this is a fillable, and it's a trigger. You can see this trigger here. So the exact fill root node is the thing that we want. So what we do is we just export selection, and we want to export it to somewhere here. So this is going to be the unload trigger. Save. Then we're going to open, do not save. Placeables, production points. Spinnery. Open. Why am I not seeing anything? Selling station. Pallet trigger. Bale trigger. Okay. So what I want to do, even though I can't see anything, which it bothers me. I don't know why. Sometimes this happens. I just don't. I don't understand it. It's almost like it's not finding the shapes or something like that, but it is. It's able to highlight the shapes. I don't know what I have to do. I I don't know. But we want to import the unload trigger. Okay? And we want to cut and paste here. You can see it's actually covering that area pretty well. Right? Let's look at the height comparison. Remember, this is a 3D object. So I'm looking at the bottom here. The bottom here. It actually looks pretty good. And then this is the same sort of thing, right? Exact fill root node. This thing here is good to go. I think I need this to be a trigger. I don't know why that wasn't checked before, but the bale and pallet triggers here are what's important. And then the AI nodes are whatever. But this unload trigger 074, this is the index into this object, right? So if we go back, and you can see this unload trigger here is this right here. So this is the i3D. This is how it maps into the i3D. So we want to put this in here. And with that 074, this is that unload trigger mapped. And so now this pulls this, which looks at this and says, "Oh, this is a trigger." And we're using the same unload trigger AI node. Well, we'll leave. Yeah. I don't know. We can leave it in there. It's the same node. Right? It's the same node. So unload trigger marker is right over the center. I don't know how that worked out, but if we save it, I hope to God that that doesn't erase. I just don't. I don't know why. Like, oh, there is no. Okay, that's why. Okay. There's no actual 3D. There's no 3D information in this. There's no visual information. It is just the stuff on. It's all the triggers and stuff. So that's why there's. Okay, so that's why there's no 3D information in there, because there was no 3D information in there. Believe it or not. So this here, unload trigger, is what we just added. And this should allow us to drop the cotton and wool using our trailer. Right? So bale triggers, good to go there. Now, I want to say there was a sawmill, but it doesn't. What is this? Oh, BNSF. That's a train. Tankers. These are edited to allow anhydrous. That's my guess. No, liquid sprayer slurry. Oh, categories, right? Yeah. So I thought for sure there was a sawmill in here, but let's look in here and see if I'm not seeing one. Maybe there's not a sawmill on this whole map. That would be weird. Yeah, there's not a marked sawmill, which is fine because I have a modded sawmill that I made as part of my customized mods that already allow you to unload it via the trailer. So that already is done. You just need to plop it down somewhere. So everything else, one thing you could do is with fields, you could edit the cost per acre or cost per hectare or whatever, to slow yourself down and not, make it so you're not able to do it. But I've already massively lowered the amount of money we're going to be getting for the crops. But yeah, fill types. Now the other thing which would be good, I'm guessing fill types, if we look at the categories at the end, sprayer, anhydrous, yeah. They add it to sprayer. So the other thing I need to look at is if my custom sprayer, the Condor Endurance customized version of this, if we allow for anhydrous. Oh my god, these files just are never ending. All I want is fill type. There it is. Fill type category, sprayer. Excellent. So it automatically will include anhydrous because it uses category instead of explicit. Okay. So I don't even need to edit that. Again, it will automatically see anhydrous as a sprayer type. So yeah, this I edited this because I wanted to have its tanks hold more to limit the amount of like driving back and forth and all of that stuff. So yeah, a lot of these are good to go. So the last bit that I need to do is go through all of the animals, and just kind of just double check, because you have max num animals and stuff. The main problem I have with animal pens is they just don't. There's not enough pallet space. Like there's just not enough. But yeah, food capacity. It looks like when he's edited these, he upped the capacity, which is really nice. So I don't know where these are in the game. Like, there's really no, yeah. See, Copper Creek chicken, Wild Prairie chicken. I'm assuming these are separate areas or farms. And they're maximum pallet 6. I don't know if there's a way of including storage internally for fill types. I don't think I've seen an example of that in FS25. Where once these pallet spots are full, what happens? Yeah, see, farm 1, farm 2, farm 4, farm 5, F1, F2. So these are all, because there's just 6 different farms that you can get on the map. There's 6 different areas, and so these are just massive amount. So I can just zip through these off camera quite fast, just to double check to see, make sure everything is good to go there. Pallets. These are all the added types. So you have pizza and whiskey and wine and pasta and all the things. So these are all the different pallets. I think I've already gone through the definitions. Yep. I went through all the definitions already and made the max mass 100. And that makes them all liftable. Because I have the liftable pallets mod, and so all that does is make the max mass 100, regardless of how much is in it. It just allows you to lift the pallets easier. So pizza, and I'm just going to look at this max mass here. Pizza, pasta, 100, 100, 100. Anhydrous tank. Yeah, I did that too. 100, 100, 100. Nope. Propane. Excellent. So yeah, that is a little look into the process of customizing a map or customizing mods in general. If anybody has any questions or anything like that, I know it's a little too late to say, ask away because we're closing it down. But I would assume that if somebody had a question, that they would have asked it already. Well, at least I hope. But yeah, hopefully I'll get everything else done here by the end of the week, and we'll start on Saturday, jumping into Montana, the Judith Plains, Montana map. I'm very tempted. Yeah, this is definitely a converted map from previous games because it has a, holy Moses, yeah. Wow. Yep. Hill Plains UI. I'm going to be very, very tempted to change this. This is just, why? Why did you do this? I don't want to see all of this every time I open my mini map. I just don't think that's necessary. Yeah, and they even have like my FS19 and FS22 maps. Like, why? Nobody's gonna like. Who's gonna play FS19 after FS25? Like, who's gonna go back 2 different versions? So yeah, I would be tempted to replace this back here. I don't know. It'd be nice to know where this came from. This exact view. Because what I would do is I would just replace the outside here with like a fuzzier version of the wherever this is at. Like find the satellite image that they used for this and just add the outside to just expand it. Right? And make it like, I don't know, a little blurry or something like that. I could Photoshop that pretty easily. But yeah, I'm not a fan of how busy this is, and just like every time you open your mini map, this is what you would see. I just don't think that's necessary. But anyway, it's nothing against each individual person that contributed. I don't have anything against that. It's just like I don't need to see that. I just don't. A whole bunch of ads on billboards and stuff. Yeah, the map is really rich in details, and you can't do that amount of detail without having a bunch of like textures and stuff in use. Yeah, look at the road signs. Just crazy amount of details. They did such a good job with this. Crazy amount of detail. Farmer. But yeah, you can see there's like Applebee's and BP oil, and there's a lot of brands in here, which is why you probably would have a hard time finding this in the official realm of things, because yeah, Dollar General, there's a lot of brand names in here, and you can't really have that without permission on the official site. But yeah, there's a ton. I mean, you can see how much there is in here. This map was a lot of work, everybody. This was months of work that DJ Modding put into this. So anyway, should be fun. I'll get the rest of this finished off this week. And hopefully, yeah, jump in on Saturday. So everybody come by for that. That's going to do it for today's stream. I hope in the future people can use this and watch and kind of learn a lot of the process that we go through to make and edit mods. So anyway, that's going to do it. And hope to see everybody on here on Sunday or Saturday. And yeah, have a great rest of the week, everybody.